What if the power to ignite wars rested in the hands of a single woman? As night cloaked the ancient world, whispers of her name echoed through the halls of power and across the sprawling fields of battle. Venus, the goddess whose beauty could launch 1,000 ships and instigate a millennium of conflict. Her allure was not merely a spark. It was a wildfire, captivating kings and mortals alike, drawing them into a storm of passion and betrayal. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, the air crackled with tension. 1,000 hearts beat in synchrony, racing toward a fate woven together by desire and envy. The fragrance of blooming roses mixed with the scent of impending doom, as men prepared to march, fueled by the intoxicating promise of love and glory. But this was no mere quest for honor. It was a battle for supremacy, a clash of egos, and at the center of it all stood a figure as radiant as the dawn and as deadly as the dusk. What unseen forces shaped the destinies of nations? Did the gods themselves conspire, or was it the fiery hearts of men, driven mad by the image of a goddess? As warriors tightened their grips on their swords, the weight of what was to come pressed down on them like a shroud. The drums of war thudded ominously, each beat a reminder of the stakes at hand. The kingdoms of Troy and Greece, poised on the brink of annihilation, their fates entwined in a tapestry woven from threads of lust and vengeance. A single golden apple lay at the heart of it all, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Its mere presence ignited jealousy among goddesses and mortals alike. They felt it, a tremor in the foundation of their world, as the contest began, each contender willing to shatter alliances and plunge entire civilizations into chaos for the chance to claim Venus's favor. With every passing moment, tension swelled like an impending storm, casting dark clouds over the horizon of fate. Blurs. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded were mere echoes of the romance that birthed them, a haunting melody that would resonate through the ages. Couples were torn apart, friendships shattered, and bloodlines extinguished, all for the fleeting touch of a goddess who thrived on the chaos she incited. What made Venus so powerful that her mere presence could alter the course of history? Was she a mere puppet mistress, or did she revel in the havoc she sowed? As chaos loomed, the lines began to blur. Love became hatred, desire morphed into despair, and glory turned into ruin. The seeds of war were sown not just among men, but within the very fabric of existence itself, challenging the gods to intervene or step back and watch the carnage unfold. As the echoes of history whispered through the ages, one truth remained. In the world ruled by desire, the goddess Venus would always reign supreme, her beauty the catalyst for humanity's darkest impulses. And all awaited the moment when the first spark would ignite, unleashing a tempest that would change the world forever. In the soft glow of the early evening sky, a brilliant light shone above the horizon, dazzling anyone who dared to gaze upward. This was Venus, the evening star, named after the Roman goddess of love and beauty. Its shimmering presence has sparked wonder, fear, and inspiration throughout human history, igniting stories that echo through time. Long before the Romans gave it a name, ancient cultures observed this celestial beauty and wove intricate tales around it. The Sumerians, in the cradle of civilization, identified Venus with Inanna, a goddess of love, war, and fertility. Inanna was not merely a figure of beauty. She was fierce, commanding, and untamed. The Sumerian texts tell of her descent into the underworld, a journey filled with trials that would shake the very foundations of existence. This was not just a story of love. It was a tale of sacrifice and rebirth, where beauty and violence danced hand in hand, and the stars themselves bore witness. As the tales spread, so did the essence of Venus. The Babylonians, with their astrological charts, called her Ishtar, the goddess of war and love. In their eyes, she was a warrior, fierce and unyielding, a protector and a destroyer. The duality of her nature fascinated them, for she embodied the very fabric of life, entwining desire and destruction. They believed that the appearance of Venus in the sky was an omen, igniting hope or heralding doom, depending on the phase she revealed. The unpredictability of her beauty mirrored the chaotic nature of human emotions, as love could just as easily lead to joy as it could to anguish. Fast forward to ancient Greece, where she metamorphosed into Aphrodite. The Greeks celebrated her not only for her beauty but also for her ungraspable power. With a whisper, she could ignite passion, yet with a flick of her wrist, she could unleash jealousy and heartbreak. The myths of her birth are as captivating as her allure. Born from the sea foam, she emerged from the depths of chaos, a goddess born out of turmoil. The story of her birth was a spectacle, filled with raging waves and a stormy sea, reflecting the tumultuous emotions of love that her very existence embodied. The legends surrounding her were filled with drama, tales of betrayal and heartbreak. In one story, she is caught in a web of love between Ares, the god of war, and Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. The interplay of their relationships was a vivid tapestry of human emotion, echoing with the sighs of lovers and the roars of battles fought. The beauty of Venus was a restless spirit, forever entwined with pain and ecstasy. The gods, like humans, were not immune to love's clutches, and the stories grew richer with each telling. In Rome, her influence blossomed even further. Venus became the embodiment of desire and passion, the very essence of what it meant to be alive. She was venerated not just in temples, but in the hearts of all who dared to love. Festivals were dedicated to her, where the air would be thick with flowers and the scent of sweet incense. Couples would plead for her blessings in their unions, believing that her favor could ignite their hearts with everlasting passion. Yet, beneath the layers of beauty lay a darker side. Venus was also associated with the fickleness of love, a reminder that passion could easily turn to pain. The stories told of lovers torn apart by misunderstandings and jealousy became cautionary tales, whispered in the shadows of candlelit rooms. Her presence in the night sky served as a constant reminder of the complexities of the heart, invoking both hope and despair. As these myths traveled through time and space, they intertwined with the very fabric of culture. The arts flourished under her gaze. Painters, poets, and sculptors sought to capture her essence, each interpretation adding depth to her story. In a painting, a soft smile, a gentle hand. In a poem, longing, desire, and sorrow. Each artist, a new voice contributing to the symphony of her legacy. The love stories inspired by her were more than mere tales. They reflected the very nature of humanity, a testament to the struggle between love's ecstasy and its inevitable heartache. As civilization advanced, Venus became a symbol not just of romantic love, but also of the yearning for beauty in a chaotic world. During the Renaissance, her image was reimagined, bringing forth a wave of artistic expression that captured the essence of human emotion. The brushstrokes of great masters conveyed the timeless struggle of love sung in every note, a melody that stirred the souls of those who beheld it. Venus was reborn in poetry, art, and song, each interpretation igniting the flames of desire anew. But as the centuries rolled on, the heart of the myth remained unchanged. Even in the modern world, her presence lingers in the hearts of lovers and dreamers. The evening star still shines brightly, a beacon of hope and longing, echoing the ancient stories that continue to resonate today. People still look up at her, feeling the pull of an invisible thread, a reminder of the unending dance between love and loss. And in the shimmering light of Venus, the whispers of the past can still be heard, urging humanity to embrace both the beauty and the chaos that love brings. The legends, rich and textured, serve as a mirror to the soul, reflecting the emotions that make us human. Each glance at the night sky carries the weight of those stories, intertwining the fates of lovers across the ages, forever fascinated by the power of the goddess above. In the shimmering twilight of ancient Mesopotamia, the air crackled with anticipation. The people of Ur watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ziggurat that towered above their city, a sacred monument where two divine figures danced in shadows and light. It was here that Inanna, the goddess of love and war, and her later counterpart, Ishtar, stirred the hearts of mortals, their stories woven into the very fabric of existence. Inanna, with her fierce and passionate spirit, was a force to be reckoned with, revered for her beauty and strength. She emerged from the shimmering waters of the Euphrates, her presence marking the arrival of spring, a time of renewal and growth. As farmers tended to their fields, they whispered her name, believing that her favor would bless their crops. She was not just a goddess of love. She embodied the fury of storms, the ripeness of fruit, and the passion of human desire. Every year, the people held a grand festival in her honor, a spectacle of color and sound. The streets filled with laughter, music, and the sweet scent of incense. Priests adorned in vibrant robes led the throngs to the temple, their voices rising in praise. "Inanna! Inanna!" they chanted, invoking her presence, their hearts racing at the thought of her divine gaze upon them. Each beat of the drum sent vibrations through the crowd, igniting a fire of hope and longing. But Inanna was not just a benevolent goddess. Her heart was a tempest, full of contradictions. She loved fiercely and sought adventure, often leading her followers into battles that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Her presence on the battlefield was like a flash of lightning, illuminating the dark skies, her eyes filled with an unstoppable fire. Soldiers fought valiantly under her banner, believing that with her by their side, victory was inevitable. As the sun sank lower, the festival took on a more somber tone. Rituals unfolded under the rising moon, and the people prepared for the sacred marriage, a powerful union believed to ensure fertility and prosperity. Inanna, adorned with jewels and rich fabrics, was a vision of divine beauty. Her heart pulsed with desire, yet it was also heavy with the weight of her responsibilities. She knew that love and war were entwined, and that every choice she made would ripple through the lives of her people. Then came Ishtar, the goddess who would inherit Inanna's fierce legacy. As the evening deepened, whispers of her arrival danced through the night air, igniting a different kind of excitement. Ishtar, who embodied the duality of love and vengeance, carried the strength of her predecessor but turned it into something new, a complex blend of seduction and power. Her story was not merely one of love. It was laced with betrayal and ambition, a reminder that the heart can be as cruel as it is tender. The tension grew palpable as the festival climaxed. A ritual drama unfolded upon the ziggurat, where the high priestess depicted the descent of Inanna into the underworld. The onlookers held their breath, the flickering torches casting haunting shadows on their faces. Inanna's journey was one of sacrifice and transformation, a testament to the struggles that every mortal faced, the pain of love lost, the darkness of despair. As she descended, the gods of the underworld stripped her of her power, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. Gasps filled the air, and tears streamed down the faces of those who watched. They felt her anguish, her longing to return to the light, to reclaim her throne. It was a universal story, resonating with every heart that had ever yearned for something just out of reach. As Inanna fought her way back to the surface, her determination ignited a spark within the crowd, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope could be reborn. And then, there was Ishtar, her sister, her reflection. As Inanna conquered her demons and rose once more, Ishtar stood at the edge of the festival, her own heart torn between admiration and jealousy. She felt the power of Inanna's journey coursing through her veins, and yet, her ambitions clawed at her spirit. Ishtar was not content to dwell in her sister's shadow. She craved the adoration of the masses, the power that came with being the goddess of the morning and evening star. The festival reached its zenith as the moon hung high in the sky, a luminescent orb that illuminated the dance of the two goddesses, one who had faced death and emerged victorious, and the other poised to seize her destiny. The air was electric, each heartbeat echoing the primal rhythms of life and love. In the faces of the people, one could see the flickering flames of desire, ambition, and fear, all stirred by the divine presence of Inanna and Ishtar. The echoes of their stories intertwined like the very threads of fate, a tapestry that held the hopes of a civilization resting on the shoulders of two powerful women. Inanna's heart raced with the thrill of survival, while Ishtar's pulse quickened with the promise of power. As the crowd roared with applause and adoration, it became clear that the dance between love and ambition would continue, each goddess shaping the world in her unique way. In the soft glow of the moon, the tension between the two goddesses simmered, hinting at a future filled with passion, rivalry, and ultimately, transformation. Each step taken on the sacred ground of Mesopotamia echoed the complexities of humanity itself, a continuous cycle of joy and sorrow, love and loss, passion and power. And as the festival continued into the night, the anticipation of what would come next hung in the air like a sweet, intoxicating perfume, enchanting all who dared to dream. The sun began to rise over the horizon, spilling golden light across the shimmering surface of the sea. Waves lapped gently at the shore, whispering secrets of creation and beauty. It was here, in this sacred moment of dawn, that the very essence of love and desire was born. Aphrodite, known to many as Venus. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and blooming flowers, a promise of the enchantment that was about to unfold. Aphrodite emerged from the foam of the ocean, a vision of ethereal grace. Her skin glistened like pearls, kissed by sunlight, and each movement seemed to weave an unbreakable thread between the heavens and the earth. With every breath, she breathed life into the world, igniting the hearts of mortals and gods alike. A beauty so profound it could stir the most stoic of souls into a tempest of yearning. She was not merely a goddess. She was the embodiment of longing and the very spirit of attraction. The mythology surrounding Aphrodite's birth is rich with symbolism, each detail more poignant than the last. She was born from the severed genitals of Uranus, cast into the sea by Cronus. The foam that surrounded her was not just water. It was the essence of life itself, teeming with the potential for love, passion, and desire. The act of her emergence from this frothy cradle was a rebellion against the chaos, a ripping away from darkness, announcing her arrival with the vibrant force of 1,000 hearts colliding. Each ripple of the water mirrored the cadence of human emotions: joy, sorrow, longing, and fulfillment. As she stepped onto the shore, the winds carried her laughter, soft and intoxicating. The flowers bowed in her presence, their petals opening wide, eager to embrace her grace. They were drawn to her like moths to a flame, a vivid reminder of how attraction shapes the world. She was surrounded by a host of creatures. Doves and sparrows fluttered about her, their songs ringing like bells announcing a new dawn. They, too, recognized the power she possessed. Aphrodite's mere existence sent ripples through the fabric of nature, awakening the dormant hearts of all who witnessed her beauty. In the eyes of mortals, she was everything they aspired to be. The Greeks painted her not just as a goddess of love, but as a symbol of desire, beauty, and the complexities of human emotion. Her presence ignited the flames of passion, causing lovers to chase after the fleeting shadows of what could be. Yet, with that beauty came an undercurrent of pain. For love, as they knew, was not without its thorns, could comfort and wound, uplift and break. The duality of her nature echoed through their stories, weaving a tapestry of love's triumphs and tribulations. Aphrodite's symbolism reached beyond the horizon of mere beauty. She was the patroness of the arts, inspiring poets to capture the essence of love in words and artists to immortalize it on canvas. Her influence was everywhere, a gentle reminder that love is not just a fleeting emotion, but a profound force that shapes destinies. Her mythology intertwined with tales of heroic deeds and tragic fates, showcasing how love could inspire greatness while also leading to ruin. Consider the famous Judgment of Paris, where she played a pivotal role in the Trojan War. Paris, a mortal prince, was tasked with choosing the fairest among the goddesses: Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera promised power, Athena promised wisdom, but Aphrodite promised the love of the most beautiful mortal woman, Helen of Sparta. Paris, unable to resist the allure of love, chose Aphrodite, setting in motion a chain of events that would result in war, heartbreak, and loss. This tale serves not only as a testament to her beauty, but as a warning of the consequences that often accompany desire. It was in her presence that lovers found solace and warriors sought strength. Young women prayed for her favor, hoping to possess her allure, while men yearned to win her affection through valor. Aphrodite thrived within the hearts of mortals, her spirit woven into the very fabric of their lives. From the first blush of love to the bitter pangs of heartbreak, she understood every nuance of human emotion, each moment a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. As she walked along the shore, her feet barely touching the sand, the laughter of children rang out in the distance. Young lovers whispered sweet nothings to one another, their eyes alight with the spark of connection that Aphrodite ignited. The world around her pulsed with energy, and in that moment, she was both the spark and the flame, a reminder that love, in all its forms, could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Yet, even with her grace, there remained a shadow of melancholy, a reminder that her gifts were not always blessings. Love could fracture hearts and lead to deep-seated jealousy and despair. When combined with the power of desire, it became a force capable of destruction. Amidst the flowers and laughter, a flicker of darkness lingered, hinting at the struggles that often accompanied her blessings. With each beat of the heart, the pull of her essence was undeniable. She became a muse, inspiring tales of tragedy and bliss, echoing through the ages. The Greeks revered her, not just for her beauty, but for the complexity that love represents. In every painting, poem, and whispered prayer, her spirit danced, embodying the tangled web of attraction and repulsion, joy and sorrow. As the sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth across the land, the air shimmered with possibility. The stories of Aphrodite continued to flow, like the waves that caressed the shore, never-ending, ever-changing. Each encounter, each longing gaze, spoke of her divine influence. In every heart that beat for love, she lingered, an eternal reminder of the magic that exists when souls connect, a testament to the power of affection that knows no bounds. And so, the tale of Aphrodite and her symbolism intertwined with the lives of mortals, flowing seamlessly into the next chapter of existence, where love's journey continued to unfold, filled with passion, beauty, and the promise of eternity. In a world where the threads of fate tangled with the desires of gods, Venus stood radiant, her beauty commanding attention and admiration. But she was more than just the goddess of love and beauty. She was the fulcrum upon which the destinies of many deities turned, often igniting flames of passion, jealousy, and conflict. Within the golden halls of Olympus, whispers about Venus echoed through the marble corridors. She had a way of weaving relationships with the other gods that would either elevate or shatter their very essence. Mars, the god of war, was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Their affair was electric, a tempest of passion that sparked both desire and destruction. As the two deities collided, battles raged on Earth, fueled by their tumultuous love. The clashing of swords and the cries of warriors echoed through time, a testament to how their bond sent ripples through the mortal realm. Juno, the queen of the gods, harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Venus. Juno, with her fierce loyalty and protective nature, could never accept that the goddess of love could so easily sway her husband, Jupiter. Many a night, beneath the pale moonlight, Juno would sit upon her throne, fuming with rage and plotting her revenge. She would whisper dark curses, hoping the winds would carry her spiteful thoughts to Venus. And then there was Mercury, the charming messenger god, whose silver tongue could sway the hearts of mortals and immortals alike. He often found himself caught in the web of Venus's allure, drawn in by her laughter and charm. In secret moments, away from the prying eyes of Olympus, they shared knowing glances and promises of sweet nothings. Their friendship was a delicate dance, balancing on the knife edge of attraction. But for Mercury, the danger lay in his own heart. He knew the moment he let his guard down, he would be lost to her completely. Among the lesser-known deities stood Bacchus, the god of wine and revelry, whose laughter was infectious, and whose wild spirit often clashed with the more measured temperament of Venus. Bacchus admired her, but his carefree nature often led to moments of folly. On one fateful night, while the stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, Bacchus invited Venus to a grand feast. The air crackled with mirth as vine-wreathed mortals danced and sang. Venus graced the event, her presence like sunlight breaking through clouds. Bacchus offered her a cup of his finest wine, and as she sipped, a spark ignited. Their laughter mingled with the music, swirling into a tempest of joy. Yet, even amidst the merriment, Bacchus's heart trembled, knowing that such fleeting moments were often the prelude to chaos. Venus also had a complicated relationship with Pluto, the god of the underworld. Unlike the other gods, Pluto was often shunned, residing in the shadows of Olympus. Yet, there was a part of him that yearned for the light, a yearning that Venus, with her radiant beauty, could never truly comprehend. When Venus visited the underworld, her every step illuminated the darkness, casting away shadows that had long enveloped the realm. Pluto watched in awe, captivated, both by her beauty and the way she brought warmth into his cold domain. He would often ponder what it would be like to have her by his side, but the weight of his duties kept him tethered, a silent guardian of the souls that wandered below. In the backdrop, the goddess of the hunt, Diana, viewed Venus with a mixture of admiration and skepticism. Diana's bond with nature and her fierce independence often put her at odds with the notions of love that Venus exuded. While Venus thrived in the adoration of her followers, Diana roamed freely, untouched by the chains of romance. Yet, there were moments when the two goddesses would meet at the edge of a glistening lake, their conversations dancing between rivalry and respect. Diana would listen intently as Venus recounted tales of love and heartbreak, her eyes reflecting the shimmering surface of the water like a mirror to their contrasting lives. As the seasons changed, the tensions between the gods ebbed and flowed like the tides. Venus's penchant for forging alliances and igniting passions often crossed paths with the wills of others. When she chose to side with the Trojans during the epic saga of the Iliad, the fabric of fate twisted dangerously. Her interference sparked a war that would reshape not only the lives of mortals but the relationships of the gods themselves. The anger of Juno was particularly fierce, and her wrath was a storm that would not easily pass. But amidst the chaos, there was a moment of pure beauty. In the midst of battle, Venus once again found herself at the side of her beloved Mars. Clad in shining armor, he wielded his sword with honor, all while Venus's heart swelled with pride. They were an unstoppable force, but in the shadows loomed the discontent of the other gods. Each clash of steel underscored the fragility of their connection, as love and war were forever intertwined. The divine balance teetered perilously on the edge, echoing the struggles of those who dared to love fiercely. The gods watched in rapt attention as the tapestry of relationships unfolded, each thread pulling tighter with every decision. Even the quietest of gods, like Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, felt the stirring tides. She often lingered in the shadows, her dark eyes observing the bonds and fractures forged in the fires of passion. Hecate held within her the knowledge of ancient secrets, a keeper of the balance that even the most powerful gods sometimes lost sight of. Through love, jealousy, ambition, and rivalry, the pantheon pulsated with an energy that mirrored the very hearts of humankind. The gods were not merely figures of myth. They were reflections of the very essence of life. As Venus danced through this realm of divine relationships, her presence stirred emotions that transcended time and space. The air was thick with unspoken words and unresolved conflicts, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of what was to come. And so, the stage was set, the players ready, the tension palpable, every choice paving a path towards uncharted depths, where love could either bind or break, where alliances could forge empires or lead to their demise. Venus, ever the enigma, stood at the center, a beacon of beauty that illuminated the tangled web of relationships with the other gods, beckoning them to navigate the stormy seas of their intertwined fates. The flickering glow of 1,000 candles illuminated the grand hall, where the air was thick with anticipation. Music swelled, filling the space with both hope and despair, a delicate balance, much like the dual nature of Venus herself. She was not merely the goddess of love. She was the tantalizing whisper that could ignite passion or spark conflict. In this moment, her essence wrapped itself around the hearts of those gathered, each beating drum echoing the tumult of emotions that love and war could conjure. As the first notes of a soft lute played, young lovers cast sidelong glances, their hearts racing with the thrill of romance. Yet, in another corner, warriors clad in armor exchanged knowing looks, the weight of swords and shields heavy with the burden of impending battles. The beauty of Venus was not only in the soft caress of a lover's hand, but also in the fierce determination that drove men to war for the ones they cherished. In ancient Rome, the festivals dedicated to Venus were a tapestry of contrasts. On one hand, her presence inspired poetry and declarations of love that sent shivers down spines, while on the other, tales of her influence in battles told of bloodshed and glory. Legend spoke of how she guided heroes like Aeneas, not just with the promise of love, but with an untamed fierceness that made him a warrior destined to shape the fate of nations. She was the spark in the hearts of men, leading them to fight with valor, yet she could just as easily turn them into fools, blinded by desire. The story of Helen of Troy embodies this intricate dance of love and war perfectly. Her beauty was said to be so profound that it ignited a decade-long siege, where the sound of clashing swords became a melody of heartbreak. Kings and warriors fought not only for honor but for a single woman whose very existence changed the course of history. Venus, in her duality, stoked the flames of desire, transforming love into a weapon more lethal than any sword. In the midst of this tension, the figure of Cleopatra emerges. Enigmatic and powerful, she wielded her love like a dagger, captivating Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony. She understood the potency of Venus, using it to bend the will of men and nations. In their eyes, she was the embodiment of allure and ambition, a living testament to the complex relationship between love and warfare. The battles fought within the walls of her palace were as fierce as any on the battlefield. As alliances were forged and broken, hearts were won and lost, all under the watchful gaze of the goddess herself. The air crackled with tension as lovers whispered sweet nothings while soldiers prepared for the clash of steel. Venus, with her fluttering wings, was the silent witness to the paradox she created. The warriors, fueled by passion and the desire to protect their beloved, marched into battle, their hearts as heavy as their armor. It was a brutal irony. The very thing that made them fight, their love, could be their undoing. The blood spilled on the fields of war was a testament to the great cost of these fierce emotions. Yet, love was not always a pure motive. It could mutate into jealousy and rage, much like the fierce winds that whip through a storm, leaving destruction in their wake. The tale of Phaedra, driven mad by forbidden love, showcases the darker side of Venus's influence. Her passion for her stepson led to betrayal and tragedy, an explosion of emotions that tore apart families and kingdoms. In this act of desperation, the love that was meant to unite became a harbinger of war, proving that Venus's touch could be both a blessing and a curse. As the battle cries echoed in the distance, the tension in the grand hall grew palpable. Hearts raced, and the pulse of the crowd quickened, merging the exhilaration of love with the dread of impending conflict. The very air seemed charged with the essence of Venus, a divine entity that sparked the flames of desire and the fury of warfare. Each soldier's heart beat with the thought of what lay ahead, not just for themselves, but for the love they left behind. In the throes of battle, amid the clash of swords and the cries of anguish, the soldiers saw visions of their beloveds. It was this vision of love that drove them forward, through pain and bloodshed, toward their destiny. Venus was not just a name whispered in courtly conversations. She was the fierce protector of those willing to sacrifice everything for love. The warriors carried her essence into battle, with each swing of their sword echoing a plea for their beloved's safety. Then, in the midst of the chaos, the fleeting moments of tenderness emerged like fragile blossoms in a war-torn meadow. The love letters exchanged in the shadows, the stolen glances across the battlefield, and the whispered promises beneath the moonlight painted a vivid picture of the enduring power of love. In war, love became a lifeline, a reminder of what was worth fighting for. It transcended the brutality, weaving a tapestry of hope amid despair. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the warriors and lovers stood on the threshold of their destinies. The battlefield, a haunting reminder of the sacrifices made, morphed into a landscape of longing and desire. Venus, with her dual nature, became the heartbeat of the moment, the unseen force guiding both lovers and warriors through the labyrinth of their emotions. With every clash of metal and heartbeat of hope, the relentless cycle of love and war continued, driving hearts into battle. And in the stillness that followed the storm, Venus lingered, her presence felt in the lingering scent of roses and the soft murmur of promises made and dreams yet to be realized. The line between love and war was thin, and as the flickering candles in the hall began to dim, the world held its breath, caught in the tension of passions and sacrifices that would echo through history, forever entwined in the dance of Venus. In a world where gods walked among mortals and love was a double-edged sword, the whispers of desire could ignite wars and change destinies. Beneath the towering walls of Troy, where sunlight danced on the golden rooftops, the seeds of a conflict were about to be sown, bringing together the fates of heroes, kings, and a woman whose beauty was said to rival the very dawn. Helen of Sparta, the face that launched 1,000 ships, stood poised at the center of a storm that would echo through the ages. Her hair flowed like spun gold, glinting in the sun as she laughed, a sound that was both enchanting and dangerous. It was said that her laughter could make even the most hardened warriors melt. But it was not just her beauty that drew men to her. It was an enigmatic warmth that left them both entranced and yearning. Among those enchanted was Paris, Prince of Troy, whose heart thudded like a war drum the moment he laid eyes on her. His fate was sealed, and with it, the fate of nations. Paris had come to Sparta as a guest, a noble envoy chosen to retrieve the beautiful Helen. But as he gazed into her cerulean eyes, he felt something more profound than duty stir within him. This was no mere political alliance. It was an overwhelming force, a spark that ignited a fire in his soul. It was love or something that felt like it, but it was a love fueled by the whispers of the gods. For the goddess Aphrodite had promised him her heart in exchange for the golden apple he awarded her, setting a treacherous chain of events into motion. On that fateful night, a grand feast unfolded in the opulent halls of Menelaus, Helen's husband. The air was thick with laughter and music, but Paris's eyes were fixed on Helen, who moved through the crowd like a shimmering vision. Each glance shared between them felt like a stolen moment, a promise wrapped in the fragility of secrecy. As the night wore on, the laughter turned to a distant echo, and all that mattered was the electric tension building between the two. But the shadows of fate loomed large, waiting to strike. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled like distant eyes, Paris approached Helen, heart racing. Words flowed between them like honey, sweet and sticky, binding them together in a web of longing. But love, when it dances on the edge of ambition and betrayal, can lead to devastating consequences. In that moment of passion, under the watchful gaze of the gods, Paris reached for her hand, sealing their forbidden bond. What followed was a whirlwind of emotion, a headlong rush into the arms of destiny. With a heartbeat that echoed louder than the drums of war, Helen and Paris fled Troy together, leaving behind the life she had known. As they crossed the threshold of her home, the air crackled with anticipation and dread. Each step away from Sparta sent ripples through the fabric of their world. Menelaus would not rest until he reclaimed what was his. She was not just a wife, but the jewel of Greece. Back in the throne room of Sparta, Menelaus stood alone, a sense of unease creeping into his heart like a dark fog. He could feel the weight of betrayal pressing down on him, a cold hand gripping his throat. The news of Helen's disappearance, carried by the winds like a harbinger of doom, struck him like an arrow to the heart. His hand clenched into a fist, and his mind raced with thoughts of vengeance. The image of Helen laughing, her hair swirling like a golden halo, haunted him. He was a king, and kings do not let their treasures slip away without a fight. Menelaus called upon his brother Agamemnon, a fierce warrior who was known far and wide for his strength and cunning. The two men, united by blood and ambition, understood the stakes. Retrieving Helen was not just about love. It was about honor and power, a chance to rally the Greek forces. The fate of their kingdoms hung in the balance, and with a fire ignited in their hearts, they gathered an army. As they prepared to sail for Troy, the winds of fate began to shift, and the horizon darkened with the promise of war. Meanwhile, Helen and Paris sailed toward Troy, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing behind them. As the ship cut through the waves, Helen felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The sea was vast and uncharted, a metaphor for their new life together. But in the depth of her soul, a flicker of doubt began to smolder. Was love enough to sustain them against the tides of destiny? Would the sweetness of their romance withstand the wrath of a spurned husband and the wrath of the gods? In the distance, the walls of Troy stood sentinel against the approaching night, their stony faces betraying nothing of the chaos soon to unfold. The city's heart beat with anticipation, knowing that a storm was brewing on the horizon. The people of Troy were unaware that their lives were about to change forever, caught in the web of love's cataclysmic fury. As Helen stepped onto the shores of Troy, she felt the weight of her choice pressing down on her, a crown of thorns that dug deep into her heart. Paris, ever the charming prince, looked at her with adoration, but the thrill of love soon turned to a chilling realization. Their love was a spark, but it had the power to ignite a blaze that would consume everything in its path, leaving ashes in its wake. And so the embers of their passion were kindled, each moment of tenderness overshadowed by the looming specter of war. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to a storm that was about to unleash its fury. The gods watched, their eyes glinting with amusement and malice, knowing that love can be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. What had begun as a tale of love would soon unravel into one of betrayal, vengeance, and the haunting echoes of a war that would tear nations apart. As night fell over Troy, the stars twinkled like the watchful eyes of the gods, and the winds carried whispers of love and war, weaving a tapestry of fate that was far from finished. The stage was set, the players in motion, and the world would soon know of the legendary conflict that sprang forth from a single fateful choice. A choice born of love, yet steeped in tragedy. At the edge of a bustling Roman forum, where the scent of spiced wine mingled with the dust of the streets, stood a statue of Venus, radiant and commanding. The sunlight caught her features, illuminating her beauty as if the gods themselves had crafted her from the finest marble. Bystanders paused, their eyes caught in a spell of admiration. Little did they know, this figure was not merely a symbol of love and beauty. She was a catalyst for change, a force that would influence the very fabric of Roman culture. Venus, born from the foam of the sea, embodied more than just physical allure. She represented the powerful emotions that coursed through the veins of Roman society: passion, desire, and the often tumultuous nature of human relationships. As citizens gathered around her statue, whispers of her legends flickered through the air like the soft rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. Tales of her escapades with Mars, the god of war, stirred hearts and sparked imaginations. Here was a goddess who brought together love and conflict, creating a tension that was as intoxicating as the wine flowing in nearby taverns. Amidst the laughter and chatter, young lovers exchanged stolen glances, their hearts racing with the same fervor that had ignited the stories of Venus. The goddess became a mirror reflecting their aspirations and desires. Her influence seeped into the very language of romance, inspiring poets and playwrights to weave her essence into their works. The words flowed like honey, sweetening the ears of all who listened. To be loved like Venus, they would sigh, is to touch the divine. But Venus was not just a figure of romantic love. Her transformation in Roman culture was profound, spanning from the realms of seduction to the ideals of motherhood and protection. As the years passed, she evolved into Venus Genetrix, a nurturing figure who watched over families and children. Her presence was felt in every household, her image gracing altars where mothers prayed for the safety and success of their offspring. The goddess became synonymous with fertility and prosperity, her blessings sought by those yearning for abundance in their lives. In the twilight of a fading day, the flicker of torches illuminated the faces of worshippers who gathered to pay homage at the temple of Venus. They came bearing offerings, flowers, fruits, and trinkets, symbols of their devotion and hopes. Each prayer whispered into the night air was imbued with longing, echoing the ancient belief that Venus had the power to grant their pleas. Each flickering flame danced in a rhythm of faith, transforming the mundane into something sacred, a connection that transcended mere existence. Yet, the influence of Venus stretched beyond the individual heart. As Rome expanded its borders, the goddess intertwined with the lives of conquered peoples, absorbing their cultures and beliefs. In this magnificent tapestry of diversity, she became a universal symbol of beauty and love. The echoes of her name traveled through the lands, carried by soldiers returning from distant conquests, who spoke of her enchanting spirit, forever entwined with the tales of their adventures and misadventures. In the opulent halls of the elite, statues of Venus adorned lavish homes, not merely as decoration but as a constant reminder of the ideals they aspired to. The wealthy commissioned art that showcased her grace, each piece telling a story that resonated with their own lives. The artists poured their souls into these works, seeking to capture the essence of what it meant to love and be loved. Viewers were left breathless, as if they had glimpsed a moment stolen from time itself. Amidst this grandeur, dark undercurrents flowed. The same goddess who inspired romance also ignited jealousy and rivalry. Venus's influence became a double-edged sword. As people became obsessed with beauty and status, the pressure to embody the goddess's ideals transformed into an unattainable standard. The hearts of many were burdened by the expectations of perfection, leading to heartbreak and despair that was as palpable as the vibrant flowers once laid at her feet. In secret chambers, whispers of scandal and intrigue filled the air. The powerful sought her favor, weaving her name into political alliances, manipulating love as a tool for dominance. The goddess watched, silent yet fierce, as ambition twisted the purity of her essence. Her presence became a bittersweet reminder that love could be both an oasis and a battlefield, where emotions clashed and hearts broke under the weight of desire. The night air crackled with tension as a grand feast unfolded in the homes of Rome's elite. Lavish banquets overflowed with food and wine, laughter echoing off the walls. Yet, beneath the surface, rivalries simmered. The goddess was invoked in toasts, her influence felt in every boastful claim and veiled insult. No one could escape her grasp. She was woven into the fabric of society, a shadow lurking behind every veiled glance and every hidden agenda. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver glow upon the city, the temple of Venus stood proudly, a beacon of hope and beauty. The air thick with incense, the faithful gathered once more, their hearts united in prayer. Yet, even in their devotion, the complex layers of love, beauty, and ambition were laid bare, each offering a reflection of their innermost desires and fears. The goddess watched, her gaze steady and knowing. In a world where every heart beat with the rhythm of longing, where beauty could lead to both ecstasy and ruin, Venus remained a constant presence. Her story, intertwined with that of Rome, was a testament to the power of love and the complexities that came with it. With each passing moment, her influence continued to shape the lives of the Romans, a powerful reminder that the line between love and chaos is often thin, and the heart, a treacherous place. As the night deepened, and the last flickers of candlelight began to fade, the whispers of devotion intertwined with the shadows. The statue of Venus, ever watchful, stood firm against the tide of time, waiting to see how the stories of love, loss, and desire would unfold in the hearts of those who dared to dream. In the flickering glow of candlelight, a figure painted in soft pastels emerges, her form both tender and commanding. She stands with an ethereal grace, the embodiment of beauty, love, and desire. This is Venus, but not just any Venus. She is a reflection of countless hopes and dreams across centuries, a timeless muse whose representation has evolved yet remained strikingly familiar. Each brushstroke tells a story, a love letter to the ideals of femininity, passion, and allure that have captivated the human heart since the dawn of civilization. From the ancient days of Greece, when sculptors carved her likeness from marble, Venus was not merely an image but a presence. Statues like the Venus de Milo, with her missing arms and flowing drapery, stand as a testament to beauty that transcends the physical. Even in her incomplete form, she stirs emotions, whispering tales of longing and love. Crowds have stood before her, hearts racing, imagining the hands that once caressed her smooth curves and the eyes that lingered on her divine beauty. The Greeks believed her to be the perfect woman, the embodiment of everything they revered. In every marble detail, one can find the essence of a culture that idolized the divine feminine. As centuries turned, so did the portrayal of Venus. The Renaissance erupted with new life, and artists like Botticelli brought Venus into the realm of the ethereal. His Birth of Venus depicts her rising from the sea, a vision of beauty born from chaos. The waves crash around her, yet she stands unyielding, an awe-inspiring figure clothed in flowing locks and delicate curls. Here, Venus becomes a symbol of rebirth, an emblem of hope in a world recovering from darkness. The viewer can almost hear the whispers of her name carried by the breeze, the promise of love and beauty that feels palpable, making hearts flutter with anticipation. In the 17th century, the Baroque era embraced a more robust representation of Venus, as seen in the works of artists like Peter Paul Rubens. His voluptuous Venus, with her lush curves and radiant skin, celebrated the beauty of womanhood in all its forms. Each painting bursts with life, color, and emotion. The figures appear to leap off the canvas, their laughter echoing through time. The very air seems charged with passion, longing, and delight. Rubens' Venus is not just a goddess. She is a woman of flesh and blood, inviting all who gaze upon her to revel in the sensual pleasures of life. She embodies not just beauty but also strength, making hearts race and spirits soar. The 19th century ushered in new perspectives, informed by a society in transition. Artists like Edouard Manet took a bold approach to Venus, seen in his striking painting Olympia. This depiction lacks the typical softness associated with prior representations. Instead, Manet's Venus gazes directly at the viewer, her expression both challenging and provocative. She is unapologetically confident, a stark contrast to the modest, passive images that came before her. This Venus invites viewers to confront their desires and biases, igniting conversations about femininity, sexuality, and power. One can almost feel the tension in the air, as if the very atmosphere buzzes with the electricity of a world on the brink of change. As the 20th century approached, the representation of Venus morphed yet again. Artists like Gustav Klimt infused her with a sense of mystery and allure in works like The Kiss. Here, Venus is enveloped in golden patterns and swirling designs, her beauty both striking and dreamlike. She exists in a world of fantasy, where love is not just a feeling but an experience woven into the fabric of existence. The viewer is drawn into her embrace, a desire to linger in this moment of pure bliss. Klimt's Venus transcends reality, inviting the spirit to dance in the realm of dreams, where all things seem possible. By the time the modern era arrived, Venus had become a complex symbol, reflecting society's evolving relationship with beauty, love, and desire. Artists began to challenge traditional representations, finding new ways to portray her essence. In the hands of contemporary creators, Venus took on forms that spoke not just to idealized beauty but to the very struggles of womanhood. Some depicted her as a fierce warrior, while others embraced the rawness of vulnerability. Each interpretation continued to stir emotions, creating ripples of connection that echoed through generations. In a world that often feels fragmented, Venus remains a unifying figure, a timeless reminder of what it means to be human. A painting of her can evoke feelings of joy, sadness, hope, and longing in a single heartbeat. The duality of her nature resonates deeply. She embodies both the fierce and the tender, the romantic and the pragmatic. As the viewer stands before her, it's impossible not to feel a connection to their own desires, dreams, and aspirations. Artists will continue to breathe life into her form, shaping her to reflect the values and struggles of their time. The canvases may change, the styles may vary, but the spirit of Venus, the heart that beats within her, remains eternal. The viewer, entranced by her beauty, is left with a lingering sense of wonder and curiosity. What will the next interpretation reveal? How will the story of Venus continue to unfold in the minds and hearts of artists yet to come? With every brushstroke, every chisel against stone, she invites the world to look deeper, to feel more profoundly. Venus is not merely an image. She is a mirror reflecting the soul of humanity, a timeless connection that binds us all. And as new representations arise, the anticipation of what lies ahead in her tale hangs in the air, ripe with emotion and possibility, compelling each of us to embrace the endless journey of love, beauty, and creation. In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, flickering images of a world untouched by time. A woman, her hands rough from the work of survival, cradled a small figure. Its curves and contours, rendered in stone or bone, evoked something profound, a connection, a yearning. This small representation, known now as a Venus figurine, whispered tales of a time long past, where art and ritual intertwined, and humanity was still learning to express its deepest emotions. These figurines, crafted thousands of years ago, were not mere trinkets. They were messages, echoes of a society grappling with its very essence, its femininity, and the mysteries of life itself. As the fire crackled, the woman traced the smooth surface of the figure, her heart racing at the thought of what it symbolized. The exaggerated breasts, the rounded belly, the absence of facial features, each element drew attention to the female form, celebrating not just beauty, but the essence of existence and nurturing. Across Europe, from the rolling hills of Austria to the caves of France, these figures emerged. Each one was unique, yet they shared a language of curves and shapes that spoke of fertility, of motherhood, and perhaps of survival. They were found nestled among the bones of animals, remnants of feasts, hinting at a ritualistic significance. Did they serve as tokens of hope for a bountiful harvest? Were they offerings to the spirits of the land? The questions spiraled, each one heavier than the last, burdened by the weight of time. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as the possibility of a shared understanding loomed large. Scholars and enthusiasts alike have debated their purpose for centuries. Some believe these figures were created as a form of worship, a tribute to the goddess archetype that echoed through ancient cultures, while others suggest they were educational tools, meant to instruct young women in the ways of motherhood and sexuality. In every theory, a flicker of truth shines through, illuminating the minds of those who have sought to uncover the past. As the days turned to years, the figurines became like guardians of their makers' emotions, preserving the pulse of humanity's earliest feelings. Each small figure held within it a universe of dreams and fears, of love that transcended the ages. They were more than objects. They were time capsules, revealing the anxieties and hopes of the people who crafted them. The soft whispers of these long-gone artisans could almost be heard, their spirits alive in the intricate details. The delicate craftsmanship, the painstaking attention to detail, hinted at a culture that valued art as much as survival. The creation of a Venus figurine required not just skill but also a deep understanding of the human experience. Each stroke, each roundness, was infused with emotion, a testament to the complexities of life and the powerful role of women within it. In those cold, harsh climates, where survival was a daily struggle, these figures brought warmth, a reminder of the nurturing spirit that existed alongside the primal instinct to survive. Then there were the discussions around the figures, echoing through the chambers of academia, reaching into the hearts of the curious. Some speculated that the figurines were used as fertility charms, their presence a beacon of hope in a world fraught with uncertainty. Others argued that they represented the ideal woman, a composite of strength and softness, capable of sustaining life even in the harshest conditions. The debates ignited passions, drawing in historians, anthropologists, and even the spiritually inclined, each seeking to connect with a time that seemed both foreign and familiar. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in the golden hues of twilight, the fire's glow took on an ethereal quality. The woman, still holding her figurine, felt the weight of generations resting upon her shoulders. She was not just the keeper of a statue. She was a link in an unbroken chain of women, each one bearing the burden of existence and the gift of life. What if this figure carried the dreams of her ancestors, the aspirations for daughters yet to be born? What if it harbored the essence of all the lives that had come before her, a palpable sense of connection that transcended time? In this quiet moment, the boundaries between past and present began to blur. The woman was no longer alone, but surrounded by the spirits of those who had walked this earth long ago. The air crackled with energy, a reminder that the story of humanity was still being written, with each life an intricate thread in the tapestry of existence. The Venus figurine, once just a cold piece of stone, transformed into a warm, breathing entity, alive with possibilities and hopes. As the shadows lengthened and the fire began to wane, a sense of urgency filled the air. The figurines beckoned with unspoken tales, urging those who found them to continue the search for meaning. Each discovery, each interpretation, opened doors to new questions, new insights. Were these figures merely representations of beauty, or were they profound statements about the complexities of womanhood? The tension hung palpably in the air, drawing close the threads of history, longing for resolution yet aware of the myriad pathways still unexplored. In that moment, the woman understood that the journey of understanding these ancient artifacts was far from over. The whispers of the past were alive in the present, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The Venus figurines were not just relics. They were invitations to ponder, to feel, and to connect with the very essence of humanity. And as the fire flickered one last time, the night deepened, carrying with it the stories of the ages and the promise of uncharted explorations waiting to ignite. In a world where the sun blazed down upon the vast, rolling hills of ancient Greece, one could almost hear the whispers of 1,000 stories written into the fabric of time. Women, adorned with flowing robes, moved gracefully through the bustling marketplaces, their laughter ringing out like music, their spirit an unyielding force. Among them, statues of Venus stood tall, crafted with exquisite detail, symbolizing love, beauty, and, most importantly, power. The goddess beckoned, her very presence a testament to the rising tide of feminine strength that began to ripple across the ages. The temples dedicated to Venus became sanctuaries of hope and defiance, places where women found solace and strength in their sisterhood. Priestesses, often seen as conduits for the divine, gathered daily, their voices rising in song, their hearts beating in unison. They spoke of love that was fierce and protective, a love that transcended mere affection and transformed into a powerful force for change. Each prayer was a thread weaving a new tapestry of society, one where feminine power was not just acknowledged but celebrated. As cities flourished, women began to step out of the shadows of their male counterparts. In Rome, where the air buzzed with ambition and intrigue, women like Livia Drusilla wielded influence that would shape the very course of history. Livia, the wife of Emperor Augustus, was not merely a consort. She was a strategist, a confidant. Rumors whispered that she, not her husband, was the architect of the grand empire that rose to prominence. Women like her commanded respect, even amidst a society that often tried to silence them. In the shadows of the Grand Colosseum, where gladiators fought for their lives, women too were warriors, though their battles were often fought in silence and resilience. The Vestal Virgins, sworn to maintain the sacred flame, held incredible power within their grasp. They were guardians of Rome's very soul, wielding influence over matters of state and life. Their vows of chastity did not bind them. Instead, they released a potent energy that shaped the destinies of those around them. The flames flickered under their watchful eyes, a relentless reminder that feminine power was an unquenchable fire. Across the seas, in the lush valleys of Egypt, Cleopatra emerged as a figure of unrivaled allure and intellect. Her reign was marked by not just beauty but a burning ambition that rivaled the greatest of her male contemporaries. Cleopatra's charm was a weapon, drawing powerful allies like Julius Caesar and Mark Antony into her web. She understood that to be a woman in power meant playing a game where every move was calculated, every word a spell cast in the court of kings. Her life was a tantalizing dance of seduction and strategy, where love and politics intertwined like the strands of a braided cord. The air crackled with tension as whispers of feminine strength spread from the banks of the Nile to the corners of the vast Roman Empire. Women began to gather in secret, sharing tales of resistance and rebellion. They spoke of the Furies, fierce goddesses of vengeance, who exacted justice for the wronged. The very name struck fear into the hearts of men who had underestimated the strength that coursed through their sisters. Each woman was a vessel, carrying the weight of history, ready to unleash a wave of change. In the bustling streets of ancient Athens, the playwrights began to pen stories where women were not just muses but heroes. Tragedies and comedies alike unfolded, showcasing the complexity and depth of female characters. The stories resonated, creating a new narrative where women could wield power through their words and actions. They sparked discussions in the agora, igniting ideas that traveled far beyond the city's walls. No longer were they merely subjects of tales. They became the authors of their own destinies. Yet, with power came scrutiny. The rise of feminine strength was met with resistance from those who felt threatened. The ever-watchful eyes of society scrutinized each move, each action. Women were accused of witchcraft and seduction, their strength often misinterpreted as a danger to the established order. But beneath the surface of fear, a defiance simmered, a collective voice rising. They would not be silenced. They would not retreat into the shadows. In the dimly lit rooms of clandestine gatherings, women began to pen manifestos, claiming their rights to education, to property, and to voice. Their words were like arrows shot into the heart of oppression, piercing through the societal norms that had long stifled them. The ink flowed as freely as their dreams, and with each stroke of the pen, a vision of equality began to take shape. In the far reaches of the world, the tides of change continued to swell. In China, during the Tang dynasty, women held significant roles, and their artistry flourished. Poets like Li Qingzhao captured the essence of love and loss, their verses echoing the sentiments of countless hearts. Women took on roles as scholars, influencing the very fabric of society with their intellect and creativity. The power of the feminine voice resonated across dynasties, echoing through the ages, carving a space for women in the annals of history. As the sun set over distant lands, the flames of Venus flickered fiercely in the hearts of women everywhere. The rise of feminine power was not just a story of women. It was a universal tale of humanity, a reminder that strength could be found in vulnerability, that love could fuel revolutions, and that power, when wielded with purpose, could change the world. In that moment, the world stood on the precipice of transformation. The air was thick with anticipation, and the echoes of history whispered promises of what was to come. From the ancient temples to the bustling cities, women were ready to rise, their collective spirit igniting a movement that would reverberate through time. Their stories, steeped in struggle and triumph, would become the foundation of future generations, a legacy woven into the tapestry of civilization itself. As the dawn approached, the stage was set, and the world was about to witness a revolution that had been waiting to unfold for centuries. The light of 1,000 stars flickered in the night sky, illuminating the hearts of poets and playwrights across the ages. Beneath this celestial canopy, the essence of Venus wove itself into the fabric of stories, a force as powerful as the tides of the ocean, pulling characters into tumultuous whirlwinds of love and desire. In the palm of her ethereal hand, she held the power to inspire, to ignite passion, and to create rifts that echoed through time. Homer, the ancient bard, sang of love and longing in his epic tales, where the gods played their games with the lives of mortals. Venus, known to the Greeks as Aphrodite, emerged from the frothy sea, her beauty glimmering like the morning sun. Her presence in the Iliad was marked by the fierce love of Paris for Helen, an act that ignited the flames of war. The Trojan walls trembled under the weight of desire, as armies clashed not just for honor, but for the heart of a woman. Each spear thrown, each life lost, was a testament to the rippling influence of Venus, reminding the world that passion could uproot empires and turn allies into enemies. As the sun set on the battlefield, the cries of warriors mingled with whispered confessions of love. In the shadows of the night, two souls found solace in each other's arms, a brief respite from the chaos around them. The undercurrents of passion swelled, pulsing like a heartbeat, echoing through the long corridors of time. Homer's words captured this raw intensity, crafting images that lingered in the minds of those who dared to dream of love's sweetness, even amidst the bitterest of wars. Fast forward to the Golden Age of Rome, where the love of Venus transformed the very fabric of society. Poets like Virgil and Ovid etched her essence into their works, weaving tales that transcended the mere act of writing. Ovid's Metamorphoses, a tapestry of love stories, painted Venus more than a goddess. She became a symbol of transformation, a shaper of destinies. The fluidity of love itself became apparent, as people morphed, adapted, and changed in the presence of desire. One moment, a proud warrior. The next, a lovesick fool, each character pulled by the invisible strings of Venus influence. In the dimly lit taverns of ancient Rome, laughter and songs mingled with sighs of longing. Friends shared stories of unyielding passion, each tale a thread in the ever-expanding web of love's complexities. Ovid's verses danced through the air, igniting flickers of hope in the hearts of listeners, reminding them that love, with all its trials and triumphs, was worth pursuing. It was here that the tales of Venus sparked a flame that would forever alter literature, fueling the imaginations of those who dared to believe in the power of love. Time rolled on, and the world turned towards the medieval ages, where the romance of courtly love surged forth like a river bursting its banks. The influence of Venus grew ever stronger, draping the hearts of poets in the rich fabric of chivalry and unrequited love. Writers like Dante and Petrarch emerged, their verses echoing with the cries of longing lovers. Dante immortalized Beatrice, his muse, capturing the ethereal nature of love that transcended the earthly realm. His words, drenched in passion and yearning, revealed a truth. Love was both a blessing and a curse, a double-edged sword that could lead to salvation or despair. In the whispering winds of the Italian countryside, the pain of longing turned into an anthem. Petrarch's sonnets soared into the air, each line laden with emotion as he lamented his unattainable Laura. The very essence of Venus shimmered in each word, calling lovers to embrace their desires, even when the path led to heartache. As these words flowed from pens, a collective sigh resonated throughout the land, echoing the sentiment that to love deeply was to live fully, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Then emerged the great Shakespeare, a master of weaving tales that captured the spectrum of human emotion. In his plays, Venus danced across the stage, her presence undeniable. Romeo and Juliet pulsated with her energy, a tragic love story that encapsulated the power of attraction and the peril that surrounded it. The star-crossed lovers, drawn together like moths to a flame, were ensnared by the very forces Venus had once unleashed upon the world. Their love blazed brightly but tragically, illuminating the dark corners of fate and the consequences of passion. As the curtain fell on the stage of life, Shakespeare's words resonated with an audience that understood the balance of love and loss. The course of true love never did run smooth, he wrote, capturing the bittersweet nature of desire that echoed through the hearts of those who dared to love. His characters grappled with choices, torn between loyalty and longing. And as they did, the influence of Venus whispered in their ears, guiding them toward destinies shaped by the very forces of love and fate. In the flickering candlelight of Elizabethan theaters, the energy crackled. The audience sat enraptured, their hearts racing with each twist of fate, each spoken word. The stories of love, betrayal, and redemption unfolded before their eyes, a reflection of their own desires and fears. Through Shakespeare's lens, the influence of Venus was both a blessing and a curse, a reminder that the pursuit of love could lead to unparalleled joy or unbearable sorrow. As the final act approached, the tension in the air thickened, a palpable force that hinted at what was yet to come. The threads of love, woven through centuries, drew together into a tapestry that shimmered with the intensity of 1,000 hearts. Venus, the eternal muse, continued to inspire, an ever-present force in the world of literature, beckoning writers to capture the essence of desire in ways that would resonate throughout the ages. The stories spun from her influence would not end. They would continue to breathe, evolving, transforming, and lighting the path for those who dared to put pen to paper. And so, the stage remained set, the ink still wet, as the characters waited for their turn to leap into the next act, their fates forever entwined in the timeless embrace of Venus. The audience held its breath, hearts racing, as the world of literature prepared to unfold yet another chapter, rich with the promise of love, loss, and the unyielding spirit of the human heart. The night sky glimmered with countless stars, but none captured the hearts of sailors quite like Venus. Rising in the twilight, she bathed the world in soft, silvery light, a beacon of hope and dreams. To the sailors of old, she was not merely a planet. She was a goddess, a guiding spirit illuminating the vast and treacherous oceans that lay before them. With every journey, every whispered prayer to her celestial figure, they sought the promise of fortune, fame, and glory. On a ship named the Santa Maria, a young navigator named Juan gazed up at Venus, her brilliance piercing through the dark canvas overhead. He sensed her pull, the magnetic allure of the unknown that lay beyond the horizon. The age of exploration was alive with stories of lands uncharted and treasures untold. But it was also a time wrapped in myths and legends, where fear and wonder danced hand in hand. Juan's heart raced as he gathered his crew, each one a dreamer, bravely facing the uncertainties that lay ahead. "Tonight we sail," he declared, his voice a clarion call to the souls who had gathered under the stars. The men cheered, their spirits ignited by the promise of adventure. They had heard tales of lands where gold flowed like rivers and spices filled the air with sweet enchantment. Yet, lurking in the shadows of their hopes were the stories of merciless storms, treacherous waters, and beasts that lay waiting beneath the waves. Many a sailor had vanished, swallowed whole by the sea, their fates intertwined with the very myths that fueled their journeys. As dawn broke, the horizon shimmered with the first rays of sunlight. Juan stood at the helm, the salty breeze tugging at his clothes, a fiery determination burning in his chest. He could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before him, their voices echoing in the wind. Each wave that crashed against the hull felt like a heartbeat, reminding him of the ancient mariners who had sailed similar paths, guided by the same celestial light. They had charted the stars, weaving tales of wonder and danger, their dreams forever etched in the fabric of time. Among the crew, old Matteo often recounted the legend of the Isle of the Blessed, a mythical land said to be ruled by a queen who could command the waves. Sailors believed her to be a manifestation of Venus herself, a guardian of those brave enough to seek her kingdom. "If we find her," Matteo would say, eyes gleaming with longing, "we shall return as heroes, our names sung across the ages." The others nodded, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of golden shores and gardens blooming with flowers unseen. But as the days turned into weeks, the sea revealed her darker side. Tempests roared, tossing the ship like a toy, and haunting shadows danced beneath the waves. Each storm tested their resolve, each creak of the wood a reminder of their fragility against nature's fury. Juan felt the weight of their dreams pressing down on him, the crew's hopes resting squarely on his shoulders. The light of Venus flickered in the night sky, but doubt began to seep into his heart. On a particularly stormy night, with the howling winds drowning out their cries, the crew huddled together, fear etched across their faces. Juan lifted his gaze to the heavens, searching for the guiding light. But Venus seemed lost behind dark clouds, her presence a mere whisper in the tempest. It was Matteo who broke the silence, his voice shaky yet resolute. "We must remember her stories," he urged. "She is watching over us." With renewed spirit, the sailors clung to the myths that had fueled their journey. They sang songs of bravery, invoking the spirit of Venus to guide them through the storm. The winds howled, but their voices rose above the chaos, weaving a tapestry of hope that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. As if in response, a fleeting glimpse of light pierced the clouds, and a collective gasp echoed among the crew. Was it mere imagination, or had Venus truly answered their call? With each passing day, their trials deepened. They encountered strange lands, inhabited by unfamiliar peoples and unfathomable customs. The myths of riches were often overshadowed by tales of conflict and misunderstanding. Yet, they pressed on, fueled by the belief that they were destined for greatness. Juan transformed, the weight of leadership molding him, each triumph and failure shaping his spirit like the relentless waves shaping the shore. The mysteries of Venus began to intertwine with their experiences. As they learned the languages and customs of those they encountered, they realized that each story was a thread, weaving a rich tapestry of humanity. They discovered that legends were not mere fables but reflections of real lives filled with joy, sorrow, love, and loss. In this realization, one found a deeper meaning to their journey, a quest not just for gold but for understanding, connection, and the weaving of shared narratives. Yet, the shadows of doubt still loomed. Encounters with treacherous waters and hostile shores tested their resolve, and with every setback, fear crept back into their hearts. The glimmer of Venus began to fade as the reality of their journey pressed heavily upon them. Would they ever find the Isle of the Blessed? Would their names be remembered? Or would they become just another tale lost to the sea? As they sailed ever onward, the crew clung to their myths like lifelines. Juan became more than a captain. He became a storyteller, his words weaving through the night air like the shimmering stars above. Each tale was a reminder of their purpose, an anchor amidst the chaotic tides of uncertainty. The essence of Venus lingered in his stories, filling them with hope and igniting the embers of courage. And so, under the watchful gaze of the evening star, they ventured forth, hearts pounding, eyes fixed on the horizon. The allure of the unknown whispered to them, and they sailed on, driven by dreams unfulfilled and the unwavering belief that somewhere out there, the Isle of the Blessed awaited, hidden beneath the shimmering veil of myths and endless possibilities. In a dimly lit workshop, the sound of chisel against marble echoes like a heartbeat, resonating with the fervor of creation. The artist, a young man named Michelangelo, wipes the sweat from his brow, his eyes ablaze with a passion that has not dulled through the sweat and toil of countless days. Before him stands a block of stone, unyielding yet full of promise, much like the world around him. In this vibrant tapestry of the Renaissance, an ancient goddess stirs, her beauty and allure captivating those who seek to breathe life into her image once more. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, had lain dormant through the dark ages, shrouded in shadows of obscurity. Yet in the whirlwind of the Renaissance, she is rediscovered, not merely as a figure of mythology but as a profound symbol of what it means to be human, to love, to desire, to live. The artists of this era, brimming with inspiration and longing, begin to channel their energy into works that reflect her essence. Each brushstroke, each carved edge, brings forth a revival of the divine feminine, forcing society to reckon with its own notions of beauty and desire. In the bustling streets of Florence, women adorned in flowing gowns echo the curves of ancient statues. With their soft laughter and gentle whispers, they become living embodiments of Venus, a reflection of the goddess who embodies not just aesthetics but power. Botticelli's canvas comes alive with the birth of Venus, where she emerges from the sea on a shell, ethereal and radiant, her hair flowing like golden waves. The painting captures a moment frozen in time, a reminder that beauty can be both a gift and a burden. As one walks through the galleries, the tension of the past lingers in the air like a distant melody. The gaze of Venus, soft yet penetrating, holds the weight of centuries. Who is she? People wonder, drawn in by her magnetic pull. The question does not just seek the identity of the goddess but taps into a deeper inquiry. What is the essence of beauty? How does it shape lives, desires, and destinies? Renaissance thinkers and writers, from the bustling salons of Florence to the echoing halls of Venice, engage in fervent discussions about love and beauty. They explore the concept of Venus Anadyomene, the goddess arising from the sea, symbolizing the awakening of passions long forgotten. Poets pen verses filled with longing, while philosophers argue over the nature of love, questioning whether it is a divine gift or a curse that leads to suffering. Amidst these discussions, Venus emerges as both muse and enigma, calling forth emotions that bind both the heart and mind. In the shadow of monumental cathedrals, men and women alike grapple with the implications of Venus's rebirth. The Church, struggling to maintain its grip on morality, cannot entirely silence the whisper of the goddess. There lies an undeniable tension between sacred and profane, desire and denial. The air is thick with anticipation, as bodies brush past one another at masked balls, hidden passions igniting in the dark corners of lavish palaces. Masks conceal identities, but the allure of Venus breaks through as hearts connect in a dance that transcends the constraints of society. Titian, wielding his brush with fierce resolve, brings forth another vision of the goddess. His Venus of Urbino, reclining in sumptuous fabric, pushes the boundaries of eroticism and beauty. The painting invites the viewer into a private moment, making them a silent part of Venus's world. It ignites a firestorm of conversation, where art becomes a mirror reflecting society's deepest desires and fears. Critics praise its beauty while others gasp at its audacity, proving that the goddess's power lies not only in her beauty, but also in the conversations she inspires. But the rebirth of Venus is not without its darkness. The more her image flourishes in art, the more society feels the tension of unattainable ideals. Jealousy and obsession lurk in the hearts of those who cannot grasp her essence. Competitive artists vie for recognition, their passions sometimes turning to rivalry, mirroring the very emotions Venus embodies. The goddess stands as a beacon of inspiration, yet her presence can incite pain and longing, an eternal paradox that continues to resonate even in the quietest corners of human existence. In distant palaces, rulers and nobles chant her praises, adorning their chambers with extravagant works depicting the goddess. She becomes a symbol of power, seduction, and influence, intertwining with the lives of those who long to control her essence. Yet, in their pursuit, they often overlook what Venus embodies: an invitation to vulnerability, a call to embrace the complexity of love and desire. As time ebbs and flows like the tides, the Renaissance continues to unfurl its wings. The echoes of Venus reverberate through not just art but also the very fabric of society. She invites every soul to ponder their own relationship with beauty and love. In the dimly lit corners of taverns, scholars scribble ideas that intertwine philosophy and aesthetics, while lovers steal fleeting glances in moonlit gardens, longing for a connection that transcends the ordinary. The goddess inspires artists to capture not just her form but the very essence of human emotion. Each canvas becomes a battlefield where joy, despair, love, and longing collide. The paintings glow with life, filled with raw emotion that speaks to the very core of existence. And yet, the more the artists strive to encapsulate her spirit, the more elusive she becomes, leaving them longing for a glimpse of her true nature. In this charged atmosphere of creativity and desire, the goddess of love breathes anew, igniting passions and inspiring art that speaks to the heart. Her presence holds a mirror to humanity, challenging them to confront their deepest fears and desires. As the sun sets over Florence, casting its warm, golden light over the city, Venus watches silently. Her rebirth is not merely a return. It is a reminder that beauty, in all its forms, is both a blessing and a burden, a dance that weaves through the fabric of time, forever stirring the hearts of those who dare to embrace it. Amidst the flickering candlelight of a Parisian salon, a young poet stands, trembling with anticipation as he prepares to recite verses that could ignite a fire in the heart of every listener. The air is heavy with the scent of roses, each bloom an echo of love's sweet torment. Outside, the streets bustle with life, yet within these walls, time seems to bend, entrancing those who seek solace in the intoxicating embrace of romanticism. This is where the essence of Venus, the goddess of love, thrives, breathing life into the cult of love, transforming mere words into powerful incantations of passion and longing. In the late 18th and 19th centuries, love was not simply a fleeting emotion. It was a sacred force, a divine power that shaped destinies and inspired masterpieces. Artists, poets, and thinkers, fueled by an unquenchable thirst for connection, celebrated love in all its forms. They rummaged through the depths of human experience, peeling away societal constraints, striving to capture the raw beauty of desire. Each stroke of a brush, each syllable of a poem, pulsated with the fervor of the heart. Take, for instance, the passionate letters exchanged between John Keats and Fanny Brawne. Their love was a tempest, filled with joy, longing, and despair. Keats poured his soul onto paper, crafting sonnets that would make even the coldest heart tremble. "My love is a fever," he wrote, his words dripping with longing and vulnerability. Such romantic fervor became a blueprint for countless souls who dared to love boldly, forsaking propriety for the electrifying pulse of true connection. Yet, the cult of love was not without its shadows. As poets like Lord Byron reveled in the ecstasy of unrequited love, the pain of longing often seeped into their verses. Byron, the epitome of the Byronic hero, wandered through Europe, searching for love but often finding only heartbreak. His life was a whirlwind of passionate affairs, each one a chapter in a tragic romance that whispered of unattainable desires. The world watched, enchanted and horrified, as he danced on the edge of emotional ruin, a testament to the intoxicating power of love that could elevate or destroy. In the quiet corners of opulent salons, women like George Sand defied conventions, choosing love not as a societal obligation but as a personal rebellion. Sand, with her flowing skirts and fierce spirit, demanded the freedom to love whom she chose. Her tumultuous romance with Chopin was a blend of music and fervor, their nights filled with whispered melodies and stolen kisses. In a world that sought to confine her, love became her battle cry, echoing through the pages of history. Amidst the turbulent passions of the Romantic era, the figure of Venus emerged as a guiding light, the embodiment of desire and beauty. Artists like Botticelli painted her with a delicate hand, capturing not just her physical allure but her essence, the power to stir souls and ignite hearts. The painting The Birth of Venus encapsulated the idea that love was not merely an emotion, but a divine force that could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Viewers stood before the canvas, breathless, feeling the pull of love's gravity, as if Venus herself might spring forth and envelop them in her embrace. The allure of Venus extended beyond the canvas and into the hearts of those who sought love's embrace. Literature surged with tales of love's complexities, weaving narratives that spoke to the very core of the human experience. In the works of Victor Hugo, love emerged as both a sanctuary and a battleground, where characters grappled with their destinies, torn between passion and duty. Who could read Les Miserables without feeling the weight of unfulfilled love, the bittersweet ache that lingers long after the last page has been turned? Even the music of the time echoed the tumultuous heartbeat of love. Composers like Franz Schubert poured their souls into melodies that resonated with longing. The serenade, with its soft, lilting notes, captured the essence of yearning, inviting listeners to lose themselves in the embrace of memories and dreams. Each note danced in the air, wrapping around those who listened, drawing them deeper into the emotional tapestry woven by love's intricate threads. But as the sun set on the Romantic era, the cult of love faced an evolving landscape. The Industrial Revolution loomed, bringing with it the harsh realities of modernity. Love, once exalted, found itself challenged by the mechanization of life. Yet, even in this changing world, the spirit of Venus persisted. Artists and writers, ever adaptable, began to explore love not just as a fantastical ideal, but as a human experience, raw and real, filled with imperfections and uncertainties. The poetry of Elizabeth Barrett Browning transcended her time, capturing the essence of intimate connection in a way that resonated with the masses. Her famous lines, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways," transformed love from an abstract notion into a palpable entity, something to be counted, cherished, and celebrated. Readers hung on every word, feeling the pulse of her love, the rhythm of her heart, a heartbeat that echoed in the chambers of many. In the world of art, the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood emerged, breathing new life into the ideals of love and beauty. Their works were infused with emotion and narrative, rich in symbolism that spoke of love's complexities, its joys and sorrows. Paintings like The Awakening Conscience portrayed love, as both a redemptive force and a potential trap, inviting onlookers to ponder the weight of their own desires and choices. As the cult of love continued to evolve, it became a mirror reflecting society's values and struggles. The passion and fervor of earlier days mingled with the realities of life, creating a rich tapestry of experiences that spoke to every heart yearning for connection. The whispers of Venus remained, a constant reminder that love, in all its forms, ecstatic, painful, unyielding, would forever remain a potent force in the human experience. And so, amidst the pages of poetry, the strokes of paint, and the notes of haunting melodies, the legacy of Venus continued to thrive. The world, with its complexities and challenges, became a stage for love's enduring saga. With every heartbeat, every sigh, the promise of love, both its rapture and its heartache, echoed through time, weaving an unbreakable thread that connected people across generations, cultures, and dreams, forever urging them to seek the intoxicating embrace of the divine. The night sky burned with the glow of 1,000 stars, but none captured attention like the radiant Venus, glimmering in the darkness as if it held countless secrets of the ages. To the soldiers huddled in muddy trenches, its beauty was a stark contrast to the chaos that surrounded them. The planet, named after the Roman goddess of love and beauty, was a silent witness to the horrors of war. As cannon fire echoed in the distance, Venus shone brightly, a haunting reminder of everything that was sacred but fleeting. Through the ages, Venus has danced across the skies, but her influence has extended far beyond the heavens. In modern warfare, she became a symbol, a paradox of desire and destruction, embodying both passion and the chilling starkness of armed conflict. As generals plotted their strategies, the image of Venus lingered, a reminder that even amidst the ruins of battle, humanity's longing for connection and peace endured. The world wars did not just reshape borders. They transformed the very essence of human connection. Young men, filled with dreams of glory and home, often found themselves entranced by the idea of love as they faced the grim reality of combat. Letters exchanged with sweethearts back home were infused with the spirit of Venus, a desperate yearning for love interspersed with the grim tales of war. The ink smudged with tears, the words crafted with hope, illustrated the delicate balance between life and death, beauty and brutality. In the trenches of the Western Front, the figure of Venus took on a different hue. The soldiers, caked in mud and surrounded by despair, looked to her bright light as a beacon. They whispered her name as they clung to their memories of laughter and soft embraces, even as the air thickened with the smell of gunpowder and despair. In those dark moments, Venus represented not just love, but the ideal of what life could be. A promise of peace waiting beyond the horizon where the sun rose, even if it felt impossibly distant. As aerial warfare emerged, the skies that once held the enchanting glow of Venus became a battleground. The very beauty that had once inspired poets and lovers now carried the weight of bombs and destruction. Aircraft soared and swooped, their engines roaring like thunder, chasing the serenity of the star that had watched over them. The heavens turned into a canvas painted with smoke and fire, each explosion shattering the illusion of beauty. Pilots, both enemies and brothers, found themselves drawn into a twisted dance of destruction, where their hearts beat to the rhythm of survival. In the aftermath of battle, the landscape bore little resemblance to the vibrant world that lay beneath the gaze of Venus. Cities lay in ruins, lives shattered like glass. But amidst the desolation, the human spirit flickered like a candle in the dark. Survivors emerged, resilient as they clung to the dream of rebuilding. Venus continued to beam down, a silent witness to their struggles, infusing them with the hope that love could rise from ashes, that the bond of humanity could be rekindled even in the most barren of landscapes. In the Cold War, the symbol of Venus morphed yet again, becoming a haunting reminder of the tension that gripped the world. The arms race, filled with fear and uncertainty, cast a shadow across nations. Diplomats and leaders, with their fingers poised over nuclear triggers, found themselves wrestling with the duality of Venus, the purity of love juxtaposed with the threat of annihilation. Yet, under the specter of fear, there were whispers of peace agreements, summits, and treaties. Love and compassion flickered like embers in the hearts of those who dared to believe that Venus could guide humanity toward understanding, even as the threat of destruction loomed large. As technology advanced, warfare evolved into a digital landscape, with drones and cyberattacks redefining the battlefield. Even in this new era, the essence of Venus persisted, echoing through the screens and wires that connected humanity in an intricate web. Soldiers, now distanced from the front lines, still held onto the memories of love, even as they engaged in virtual combat. Their gaze often drifted skyward, searching for the familiar glow of Venus, a reminder that the world of connections, both online and offline, thrived on the same principles of love, hope, and compassion. In this digital age, the symbol of Venus grew even more potent. Activists, journalists, and artists harnessed her image to bring attention to the plight of those affected by war. Social media became a platform for voices once silenced, resonating with the longing for peace. Venus became a rallying point, a symbol of resistance against oppression, capturing the hearts of those who dared to dream of a world without conflict. The soft glow of her essence illuminated the path toward change, a reminder that despite the distance and damage, love remained the ultimate weapon against hatred and despair. Yet, as the world grappled with its tumultuous history, the question lingered in the air like a haunting melody. Could the light of Venus ever truly guide humanity away from the darkness of conflict? In that moment, beneath the eternal gaze of the brightest star, the tension remained palpable. The soldiers, the activists, the lovers, they all held onto their dreams, intertwined with the essence of Venus, a luminous thread of hope woven through the fabric of a world caught in the throes of conflict. The sound of distant artillery fired again, a stark reminder that the struggle was far from over. The bright light of Venus shimmered above, casting shadows on the ground where dreams and realities intertwined. The hearts of those who looked skyward beat with the rhythm of history, yearning, searching, and hoping. As they gazed up, a deep stirring began within. The brightness of Venus was not merely a celestial body. It was a call to arms, not for violence, but for love, understanding, and ultimately, peace. And so, the narrative of conflict continued, a poignant interplay of light and dark, as humanity remained forever entwined with the symbol of Venus, their fates linked by the eternal struggle for a better tomorrow. The air hummed with anticipation as the Venus of Milo was unveiled. Standing amidst the hushed whispers of awestruck visitors, she radiated a beauty that transcended time, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. The marble figure, draped in the elegance of ancient Greek artistry, was not only a testament to the skill of her creator, but also a battleground for art and controversy through the ages. Carved from a single block of Parian marble, Venus, or Aphrodite as the Greeks knew her, stood in a graceful posture, one arm once raised with an air of mystery. What was she reaching for? Was it love, longing, or something deeper? The missing limbs only added to her allure, prompting endless speculation. Each patron who gazed upon her felt a strange mix of admiration and sorrow, as if they were witnessing a beautiful story that had been abruptly cut short. Discovered in 1820 on the island of Melos, the statue's origins were enveloped in a shroud of mystery. Who crafted this magnificent figure? Was it the hand of Praxiteles, perhaps the master sculptor who breathed life into stone? Or was it an unknown artisan who poured their heart into every chisel, every touch? As the statue made her way to France, excitement rippled through the art community. But with this excitement came questions that would spark fiery debates. Was she a symbol of ideal beauty, or merely an object of desire? Critics emerged from the shadows, each wielding their own opinions like swords. The Venus of Milo became a reflection of society's changing views on beauty and femininity. Some praised her as the epitome of form and grace, while others were uncomfortable with her nudity, arguing she represented a blatant expression of sensuality. The discord grew louder with each passing year as she claimed her place in the Louvre, where her visage became both a beloved masterpiece and a target of disdain. But the controversies did not halt with her arrival in Paris. Scholars and artists alike debated her significance, often arguing passionately. Was she an embodiment of divine beauty or a mere fantasy? This discussion transcended the art world, spilling into broader cultural dialogues about gender and representation. For some, Venus symbolized empowerment, a celebration of femininity and strength. For others, she was a troubling reminder of objectification. Each viewer brought their own experiences and biases, shaping their understanding of her form. Children and adults lingered before her pedestal, their faces lit up with wonder, eyes wide and sparkling with curiosity. Viewers could almost feel her gaze, welcoming yet distant, as if inviting them into her silent story. The whispers grew, weaving tales of love and longing, echoing the countless hearts that had admired her over centuries. Was she not a goddess of love, after all? Many imagined her looking down upon them, a guardian of secrets and stories, a keeper of their desires and dreams. As time marched forward, the Venus of Milo continued to inspire controversy. Artists sought to reinterpret her, challenging conventions and pushing boundaries. Bold painters and sculptors took her image and transformed it through their own lenses. In their works, she morphed into something new, sometimes entirely clothed, sometimes stark naked, always a muse sparking intense emotions. Each reinterpretation added layers to her story, both enhancing and complicating her legacy. In the world of academia, debates over her origin intensified. Some argued she was part of a grander narrative of Hellenistic art, a reflection of a society that revered beauty. Others pointed to her fragmented state as a metaphor for lost histories, questioning what the missing limbs represented. Was it a flaw or a feature? Scholars gathered in dimly lit rooms, poring over texts and artifacts, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore of time. The tension was palpable, their passion igniting the air with electricity. Echoes of laughter could be heard in the Louvre as visitors made light of her situation. After all, her missing arms had become a part of her identity, a shared joke among art lovers. Yet beneath the humor lay a deeper truth, a reminder of how time ravages even the most precious of treasures. The Venus stood resilient, a symbol of beauty enduring through the ages, even as she faced the trials of her existence. Yet, controversy continued to loom like a shadow over her. Every so often, debates erupted anew about the appropriateness of her nudity in a contemporary context. Critics argued passionately, drawing lines between artistic expression and decency, with the Venus caught in the crossfire. As social movements gained momentum, her image was both celebrated and challenged, embodying the tensions of a world yearning for change while grappling with tradition. Among the fervent discussions and debates, there were moments of quiet reflection. Some visitors stood spellbound, lost in her gaze, contemplating the nature of beauty itself. They pondered the ideals she represented and the standards they faced in their own lives. Did Venus reflect what they aspired to be, or was she merely a mirage, an unattainable standard? The questions lingered, heavy in the air, as thoughts raced through their minds like wild horses galloping through an open field. In the depths of art history, the Venus of Milo remained a constant source of fascination, drawing scholars and artists alike into her gravitational pull. Exhibitions dedicated to her legacy flourished, each revealing new dimensions and interpretations, threading her narrative into the fabric of modernity. From bold feminist critiques to explorations of classical beauty, her story continued to evolve, weaving through the minds of those who dared to question, admire, or challenge. Like a piece of music that swells and recedes, the conversations surrounding the Venus of Milo ebbed and flowed. With every generation, she became a canvas upon which the fears, hopes, and aspirations of society were painted. Visitors felt a connection, a bond that transcended time and space, linking them to the hearts of those who had gazed upon her long before. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the Louvre's grandeur, the Venus stood unwavering, her enigmatic smile inviting yet elusive. The air buzzed with anticipation, a throbbing pulse of history and emotion that wrapped around her like a cloak. Each visitor left her presence transformed, carrying a piece of her story within them, a story that would continue to intertwine with their lives, forever chasing the elusive shadow of beauty and controversy. On a rainy night in Paris, a small cafe glowed warmly against the darkness, its windows fogged with the breath of patrons lost in thought. Outside, the Eiffel Tower sparkled like a jewel in the night sky, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of coffee and unspoken dreams. A delicate melody floated from an old jukebox, a siren song that echoed the adoration and mystery surrounding Venus, the planet named after the Roman goddess of love and beauty. Here, in this moment, the essence of Venus wrapped itself around the city, as timeless as a classic film and as intoxicating as the bittersweet notes of a nostalgic ballad. Venus has danced through the realms of film, music, and media, captivating hearts and inspiring artists for centuries. From ancient sculptures that celebrated her beauty to modern pop songs that weave tales of romance and desire, the goddess has become a symbol of longing, passion, and the complexities of love. The world embraced her, making her an enduring muse, bringing forth stories that flicker like candlelight, illuminating both the joy and the heartbreak that love can bring. In the early 20th century, silent films painted Venus in lush, romantic hues. Imagine a scene where the camera pans across a grand ballroom, couples twirling beneath a cascade of sparkling chandeliers. In the corner, a beautiful woman, dressed in flowing white, embodies the very essence of Venus. Her smile, a blend of innocence and seduction, ignites the room. She captures the gaze of a lonely poet, whose heart races as he scribbles verses inspired by her ethereal beauty. The flickering images and haunting music intertwine, drawing the audience in. A heartbeat skipped in unison with the characters on screen. As talkies emerged, filmmakers began crafting stories that spoke of love's complexities, with Venus at the center of it all. In one iconic film from the 1940s, a young woman, torn between two lovers, stands in a sun-drenched garden. The scene is filled with tension, her choice echoing the timeless struggle between passion and loyalty. The camera captures her hesitation, her eyes darting between her suitors, as the haunting score swells in the background. The audience feels her turmoil, the weight of her choices, a reflection of Venus's own struggles in love. Music, too, has been a vessel for Venus's spirit. The 1960s introduced a wave of artists who poured their hearts into melodies that spoke of love's highs and lows. A soft, lilting tune plays, and suddenly, the listener is transported to a world where love feels like a warm embrace, yet also carries the ache of longing. The lyrics weave a tapestry of desire, painting vivid images of moonlit nights and whispered secrets. The songs, rich with emotion, capture the essence of Venus in every note, stirring feelings that linger long after the music fades. The 1980s brought a different flavor, as new wave and pop artists used Venus as a backdrop for their bold declarations of love and desire. A music video bursts forth, filled with vibrant colors and striking visuals. A young woman, adorned in shimmering fabrics, dances under a cascade of neon lights. The rhythm pulsates, echoing the electric thrill of passion. In this world, Venus is not just a goddess. She's a symbol of freedom and self-expression, inviting lovers to break the chains of convention and embrace their desires. Fast forward to the 21st century, where the digital age has transformed the way Venus is portrayed. Social media platforms overflow with images and stories that celebrate love in all its forms. A viral video captures a couple's tender moments, their laughter echoing through the screens of millions. The comments section fills with declarations of love, anonymous confessions, and heartfelt advice, all wrapped in the spirit of Venus. This connection, this global sharing of emotions, creates a modern tapestry of love infused with the ancient energy of the goddess. Television series have also embraced the theme of Venus, crafting narratives that examine the intricacies of relationships. In one poignant scene, two friends sit on a rooftop under a starlit sky, their conversation a delicate dance of unspoken feelings. The dialogue is raw and real, echoing the vulnerabilities that come with love. The audience watches, captivated by the tension, their own hearts racing as they empathize with the characters' struggles. The modern-day love story, riddled with complexities, is a direct tribute to Venus, who has always understood the bittersweet nature of desire. As the years pass, Venus continues to inspire artists across genres, infusing their work with emotion and depth. An indie filmmaker releases a new movie that explores the theme of unrequited love, the protagonist haunted by the memory of a fleeting romance. Each frame captures the essence of longing, filled with poignant moments that resonate deeply with viewers. The soundtrack, a haunting orchestral piece, swells at just the right moments, pulling at the heartstrings and leaving audiences breathless, reminding them that love, like Venus, is both beautiful and tragic. In literature, writers have sought to capture the essence of Venus in their narratives. A young author pens a novel that intertwines love stories from different cultures and eras, each reflecting the timeless influence of the goddess. The prose flows like poetry, each word a brushstroke painting the picture of love's many forms. As readers turn the pages, they find themselves lost in stories that span continents and centuries, each tale a testament to the power of Venus, who unites us across time and space. Every depiction of Venus in popular culture serves as a reminder of her enduring presence in human emotion. She is a beacon of love, a symbol that transcends time, always evolving yet unwavering in her influence. The stories of heartbreak and joy, of passion and pain, continue to resonate, weaving a rich tapestry that speaks to the very core of what it means to love. As the rain pattered softly against the cafe windows, lovers exchanged knowing glances, their hearts echoing the stories inspired by Venus. The night stretched on, filled with the promise of new stories waiting to be told, new melodies yet to be sung, and the undying essence of love that flows like the stars above, forever entwined with the spirit of Venus. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, the air thick with the scent of sandalwood and rose petals, a gathering of women dressed in flowing garments encircled an ancient stone altar. Their voices swelled in an ethereal chant, echoing through the temple like the whispers of forgotten goddesses. In that moment, the world outside faded away. Here, they were free to honor the divine feminine in all its forms, free to celebrate their bodies, their desires, their very essence. Yet, hidden beneath the surface of this vibrant celebration was a history rich with both liberation and repression, a story woven into the fabric of societies over millennia. It began long before the temple was built, in the worship of goddesses like Inanna and Ishtar, who were revered not only for their power but for their sexuality. They were symbols of life, fertility, and the primal force that sets the world in motion. Every lover, every child bore witness to their strength, but with the rise of patriarchal societies, the narrative began to shift. As time marched on, the stories of these goddesses became twisted. Where once they were celebrated, they now faced condemnation. A new ideal emerged, one that sought to control the very essence of womanhood. The goddess was no longer a source of power. She had become a specter of sin. The sexual liberation that had once thrived in sacred spaces became shrouded in shame and repression. Women were taught to hide their desires, to shun their bodies. The silhouettes of goddesses faded from the walls of temples, replaced by images that demanded submission and obedience. In ancient Greece, the goddess Aphrodite danced on the fringes of this turmoil. She was adored and feared, her beauty a weapon that could bring both love and destruction. Temples dedicated to her were places of ecstatic worship, yet as the centuries passed, they were stripped of their vibrancy. The very notion of love became entwined with guilt, and women's sexuality was cast as dangerous, a force that could unravel the fabric of society itself. The goddess wept in silence, her voice silenced by the weight of a world that no longer understood her. Then came the Middle Ages, a time of darkness, where the divine feminine was further obscured. The church decreed that women were temptresses, a poison that could lead men astray. The sacredness of sexuality had become a taboo, and in the shadows, countless women faced persecution. The witch hunts swept across the land, fueled by fear and misunderstanding. Those who dared to celebrate their connection to the divine, who expressed their sexuality freely, were labeled heretics, hunted down, and burned at the stake. The cries of the innocent echoed through the ages, each flame a reminder of the oppression that stifled the goddess within. Yet, As the pages of history turned, whispers of rebellion began to stir. In the 19th century, an awakening emerged. Women like Mary Wollstonecraft demanded that they be seen as equals, that their bodies and desires be acknowledged. This was not just a fight for rights. It was a reclamation of the goddess. The suffragette movement surged forth, igniting a fire that could not be contained. Women marched and shouted, their voices rising like a phoenix from the ashes, reclaiming their power and their sexuality from the shadows. The dance of liberation continued into the Roaring Twenties, a time when women flung off the shackles of convention. Flappers adorned in pearls and feathers celebrated their freedom, their laughter ringing out like a joyful rebellion against the lingering repression. They drank, they danced, they loved. The goddess was reborn, but the struggle was far from over. For every step taken forward, there were forces pulling back, attempting to rein in the wild spirit that had awakened. As the decades rolled on, the conversation around sexuality began to shift once more in the latter half of the 20th century. The feminist movement surged, women boldly claiming their right to pleasure, to make choices about their bodies without fear. Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem led a charge that took root in the hearts of many. The goddess was not just a relic of the past. She was alive, pulsing with desire and strength. The boundaries of sexual expression expanded, allowing women to embrace their identities fully and unapologetically. But with such liberation came new tensions. The backlash was fierce. The pendulum swung wildly, and once again, women found themselves grappling with judgment and criticism. The media painted a narrow picture of what sexuality could be, often shaming women who embraced their desires openly. It was a reminder that the journey towards liberation was fraught with pitfalls, and the goddess still faced challenges in a world eager to relegate her back into the shadows. Through the tumultuous waves of history, the goddess has never truly vanished. She exists in every heartbeat that dares to celebrate the duality of love and lust, of freedom and restraint. The modern era presents a tapestry of experiences, from the fierce advocates of sexual health rights to those navigating complex identities. The goddess continues to inspire movements, igniting passions and desires that refuse to be silenced. In quiet corners of the world, women continue to gather in sacred circles, sharing stories that echo through time. They chant the names of the goddesses who came before them. They wear their scars with pride, the wounds of repression a testament to their resilience. The goddess and sexuality, their intertwining paths of liberation and repression, remain a vital thread in the fabric of humanity. Each moment is a reminder that while the struggle continues, so too does the celebration of the divine feminine. And as the candles flicker low, the sounds of laughter and song swell once more, wrapping the gathering in a warm embrace. The energy shifts, a charge of excitement hanging in the air. What stories will be shared? What new rebellions will rise? Under the watchful gaze of the goddess, they know they are not alone. In this sacred space, they reclaim their power, their sexuality, their very essence. The journey does not end here. It flows into the next chapter, a dance of liberation that continues to evolve, an eternal testament to the enduring spirit of the goddess. In the flickering light of ancient Rome, a woman adorned in flowing silk stood at the threshold of a lavish banquet, her heart racing, every pulse echoing the whispers of desire. She was no ordinary guest. She was a siren, a master of the subtle dance of attraction. With a mere glance, she could ignite flames in the hearts of statesmen and poets alike, her power not just in her beauty but in her understanding of seduction. This was no fleeting art. It was a grappling with the very essence of human connection, a skill honed through centuries, from the gilded halls of emperors to the whispered promises of troubadours. The Romans believed that the goddess Venus, the embodiment of love and allure, sprinkled her magic dust on those who could charm and captivate. They studied her, learned her ways, and crafted their own techniques to mimic her divine power. A glance from across the room, a subtle tilt of the head. These were not mere gestures but calculated moves in the grand game of love. A poet, hidden in the shadows, would scribble verses that compared his beloved to the goddess herself, each word dripping with longing and enchantment. The echo of those words lingered in the air, weaving an intoxicating spell around the innocent and the powerful alike. Across the ages, the art of seduction evolved, yet its core remained unchanged: understanding the heart. In medieval courts, where chivalry reigned supreme, knights donned armor not only to protect their bodies, but to shield their hearts. They wrote sonnets, beautifully crafted words meant to sweep their ladies off their feet. A single rose, carefully chosen and handed over with trembling hands, could speak volumes of undying affection. The courtly love tradition flourished, a blend of admiration and unattainable desire, creating a thrilling tension that made every encounter electric. Fast forward to the 18th century, where the salons of Paris buzzed with life. Here, women wielded influence with a flick of their wrist, their laughter echoing like music through the grand halls. They dressed in extravagant gowns, each layer a testament to their status, yet it was their intellect that truly enthralled. A sharp wit, a well-timed joke, or a flicker of vulnerability could make heads turn and hearts race. Men would vie for their attention, casting aside their pride, all for a moment of connection, a shared glance that held the promise of something deeper. Yet, even in the world of the romantic, danger lurked. Scandals simmered just beneath the surface as lovers intertwined and broke apart, each affair a story filled with passion and treachery. The art of seduction became a game of chess, where every move had consequences, each heart a pawn on the board. The allure of the forbidden drew people in, igniting a fire that could neither be ignored nor tamed. As the centuries rolled on, the techniques of seduction adapted to the changing times. The Roaring Twenties brought with them a flurry of excitement, a time when the air was thick with jazz and the scent of rebellion. Women bobbed their hair and donned flapper dresses, rejecting the constraints of their mothers. They danced with abandon, their laughter a siren call to the restless souls who longed for connection. In smoky speakeasies, a woman could command the room with a sultry glance or a daring twirl, igniting sparks of desire that were both exhilarating and dangerous. All the while, the age-old tactics remained in play. The power of touch, the electricity of a fleeting caress, held its own magic. A gentle brush of fingers could transport two people into a world of shared secrets and unspoken promises. Those moments were fleeting yet eternal, each one a reminder of the vulnerability of love. Hearts raced, palms became clammy, and laughter mingled with longing. A symphony of emotions that played out in every stolen moment. In the shadows of history, the art of seduction also carried its darker side. The whispers of manipulation threaded their way through the ages, where charm could turn to deceit. The powerful learned that seduction could be a weapon, a means to bend others to their will. The likes of Cleopatra wielded her beauty and intellect, captivating not just Julius Caesar but also Mark Antony. With every meeting, she crafted an illusion that left them spellbound. But behind the veil of charm lay a fierce political acumen that could alter empires. Through the ages, seduction has been a tapestry woven from threads of passion, desire, manipulation, and heartbreak. From the graceful courtesans of the Renaissance to the fiery suffragettes demanding their voice, each era added new colors to this intricate design. The stakes grew higher, the allure more intoxicating, and the emotions more complicated. Love and seduction continued to dance, entwined in an eternal embrace that pushed the boundaries of what it meant to connect. In the present day, as the world spins faster and technology bridges distances, the essence of seduction remains unchanged. A simple text message can spark a thrill. A well-placed emoji can convey what words might fail to express. Yet, the heart still yearns for the warmth of genuine connection. The art of seduction, passed down through generations, echoes the lessons of the past. In every flutter of a heartbeat, the whispers of history remind us that the dance of desire is unending, a timeless waltz where Venus continues to reign supreme. On a starlit night, a figure stood alone on a balcony, gazing into the vastness of the cosmos. The brilliance of Venus shimmered like a diamond, casting an ethereal glow upon the world below. It was an image that had inspired poets and dreamers throughout history, igniting passions and ambitions. From one corner of the earth to the other, countless lives have been woven into the fabric of Venus, each thread a story of love, war, and exploration that transcends time. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt, looked up at that very star, a symbol of beauty and war. Her court was filled with whispers about her enchanting connection to Venus. The goddess herself was said to have blessed her with unmatched allure, captivating the hearts of powerful men. Mark Antony, a Roman general, was drawn to her like a moth to a flame, abandoning his legion for the woman who mirrored the brilliance of the evening star. Their passionate love affair was a tempest, marked by both pleasure and tragedy, echoing across the ages as a tale of desire that led a kingdom to ruin. Across the sea, in the rolling hills of Italy, another story unfolded. The brilliant mind of Galileo Galilei turned to the heavens in the early 17th century. With his telescope, he beheld Venus in a way no one had before. The very act of observing the planet stirred something deep within him, a sense of wonder that ignited his scientific soul. With each observation, he unraveled the mysteries of the cosmos, defying the norms of a world that clung to ancient beliefs. He risked his life for truth, knowing that his connection to Venus was not just celestial. It was a path to understanding his place in the universe. The flames of his passion for knowledge burned fiercely, leading him toward a fate that would either illuminate or extinguish his legacy. In ancient Greece, Venus was known as Aphrodite, the goddess of love. A young sculptor named Praxiteles was consumed by his admiration for her. He sought to capture her essence in marble, his hands trembling as he shaped her form. The sculpture, a radiant depiction of beauty, became the talk of the town. People traveled from afar to gaze upon it, their hearts racing at the sight. The connection between Praxiteles and Venus was not merely artistic. It was personal. He poured his soul into that stone, and in return, she whispered secrets of love and longing that would echo through time, touching the hearts of those who dared to dream of beauty. As centuries rolled on, the name Venus found its way into the hearts of musicians. One such figure, the legendary composer Claude Debussy, felt the pull of the planet in his very being. His masterpiece, Clair de Lune, encapsulated the delicate dance of light and shadow, much like Venus herself. Each note resonated with the emotions of love and loss, the gentle whispers of the night sky echoing in every chord. Debussy's connection to Venus was one of longing, a tribute to the beauty that flickers like a candle in the dark, illuminating the depths of human experience. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle during the Napoleonic Wars, a soldier named Jean Lannes fought valiantly, inspired by the vision of Venus shining brightly above the fray. He believed that her beauty was a sign of hope amidst the chaos of war. Lannes faced unimaginable odds, yet he marched forward, his heart swelling with the courage that Venus represented. His bravery would earn him a legacy, but the cost was steep. In the end, he fell on the battlefield, a vivid reminder of how the shimmering star could inspire both greatness and sacrifice. On another continent, the Aztec Empire revered Venus as Tlaloc, the bringer of rain and fertility. The people gathered in grand ceremonies, dancing and singing to honor the celestial body they believed would bring sustenance and life. The vibrant colors of their festivals painted the streets as they celebrated their connection to the heavens. Among them was a young priestess, guided by visions of Venus. She felt her heart race as she led the rituals, believing that the goddess would smile upon them, ensuring bountiful harvests and prosperity. The warmth of hope filled the air, a palpable energy interwoven with the very fabric of their lives. In the world of art, Vincent van Gogh lived in a whirlwind of emotions shaped by his connection to Venus. His iconic painting Starry Night reflects the tumult of his inner world, where the swirling skies and bright stars mirror the chaos of his mind. For Van Gogh, Venus was more than a planet. She was a source of inspiration that transcended his struggles. Each stroke of his brush became a tribute to the beauty he perceived in a world filled with pain, a luminous reminder of love's enduring power. The tale of Venus also touches upon the realm of science fiction, where H.G. Wells envisioned the planet as a world inhabited by alien life. His imagination soared, creating stories that ignited the dreams of generations. Readers of his time were captivated by the possibilities, their hearts racing at the thought of life beyond the stars. Wells's connection to Venus became a bridge between fantasy and reality, sparking a fascination that would lead to countless explorations of the cosmos. In more recent times, the brilliant scientist Carl Sagan looked to Venus with wonder and curiosity. He envisioned the planet not just as a celestial body but as a potential harbor for life, a realm where the possibilities were endless. Sagan's passion for the cosmos was infectious, igniting a spark in the hearts of millions. His words opened the doors to understanding our place in the universe, encouraging a generation to look up at the night sky with awe and reverence. Venus, through his eyes, became a symbol of hope, a reminder that the universe holds mysteries waiting to be unveiled. As the connections to Venus continue to intertwine through history, the stories of these remarkable figures form a rich tapestry of human experience. Each life, each moment, resonates with the emotions tied to that brilliant star, revealing that the essence of love, beauty, and aspiration transcends time. The light of Venus endures, flickering through the ages, inviting all who gaze upon it to feel the pull of their own dreams and desires. The night sky remains a canvas of stories yet to be told, as the dance of Venus continues to inspire the world. Under a night sky sprinkled with stars, Venus shimmered like a diamond, casting a glowing spell over the world below. Centuries ago, people gazed up in wonder, their hearts swelling with dreams and desires, often attributing the beauty and chaos of love to the influence of this radiant planet. For as long as humanity has walked the earth, Venus has been the archetype of passion, attraction, and the very essence of desire, steering the course of human affairs with an invisible hand. In ancient Rome, the worship of Venus was not just a personal devotion but a public spectacle. Temples dedicated to her stood tall, where priests and priestesses guided rituals steeped in romance and allure. Men and women, clad in flowing robes, would gather, their hearts beating in rhythm with the promise of love. It was a time when offerings were made, not just for worldly gain but for emotional fulfillment. Statues of Venus adorned homes, casting a soothing glow that seemed to whisper of love's sweet embrace. The air thick with incense and the excitement of anticipation. Countless souls sought her favor, believing that her blessings could ignite a spark that would illuminate even the darkest corners of their hearts. As the ages rolled on, the Greeks revered her as Aphrodite, a figure of pure enchantment, embodying not just love but the very essence of beauty itself. The Greeks understood the power of Venus, recognizing that her influence could sway hearts and alter destinies. Poets sang her praises, and philosophers pondered her mysteries. Each story told of her triumphs and tribulations, a vivid tapestry woven with threads of joy and heartbreak. The power of attraction was a force that shaped alliances, forged friendships, and altered the course of history. Great leaders bowed to her will, their hearts moved by her enchanting energy, believing that love could conquer all. In the Middle Ages, Venus found a new voice as courtly love blossomed, taking on a more complex and nuanced role. Knights declared their undying love, serenading their ladies with verses that spilled from the depths of their souls. However, this love was not always fulfilled. It danced tantalizingly out of reach, creating a bittersweet longing that fueled creativity and passion. Chivalry emerged as a code of conduct, where the influence of Venus inspired acts of valor and loyalty. The quest for love became intertwined with the quests for glory, leading to tales of heartbreak and triumph. Artists captured this essence, painting masterpieces that celebrated the ethereal beauty of love, while musicians strummed their instruments, infusing their notes with the very vibrations of Venus. As time marched on, the Renaissance brought forth a rebirth of art, science, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In this era of exploration, Venus remained a guiding light. Artists like Botticelli immortalized her in works that transcended time, and philosophers debated the nature of beauty, love, and desire. The planet inspired a revolution of thought and expression, reminding humanity that love was not merely a feeling, but a force that could inspire revolutions and revolutionize lives. The longings of the heart became intertwined with the aspirations of the mind, leading to a flourishing of ideas that changed the world. But the influence of Venus extends beyond the grand halls of history. In everyday life, her touch is felt in the fluttering of a heartbeat when two souls meet, the spark igniting like fireworks against the night sky, the blushing of cheeks, the nervous laughter. These are all gifts of Venus, creating connections that bind people together. One can almost hear the soft whispers of lovers sharing their hopes and dreams, their hands clasped tightly in the belief that nothing could tear them apart. It's the power of a fleeting glance that ignites an eternal flame, a moment that alters the course of lives, revealing the profound impact of Venus on human relationships. As the modern world emerged, Venus's influence morphed into something new yet familiar. In bustling cities and quiet towns, love letters transformed into text messages, but the essence of connection remained unchanged. Couples met in cafes, their laughter mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Yet, beneath the surface, struggles persisted. The heart-wrenching tales of unrequited love, heartbreak, and longing remained timeless, echoing the stories of ancient lovers. Venus, in her infinite wisdom, continued to remind humanity that love is a dance, a series of steps that can bring joy, but also heartache. Yet, it is in the contradictions of love that Venus thrives. She teaches that beauty can be found not only in passion but in vulnerability. Every heartbreak, every tear shed, opens the door to deeper understanding and connection. In the wake of loss, one can feel the pulse of love, stronger than ever, revealing the resilience of the human spirit. It's a testament to Venus's influence over human affairs, a reminder that love, in all its forms, is worth fighting for. Take a moment to think of the lovers who have come before, those who strolled hand in hand along moonlit shores, whispering sweet nothings, lost in their world. Imagine their hopes, dreams, and fears swirling in the air like the softest of breezes. It is here, in this sacred space, that Venus reigns supreme. She is present in every stolen kiss, every gentle touch, and every promise made. The stories of humanity are woven together with her silken threads, connecting souls across lifetimes and cultures, igniting passion and desire wherever she shines. Even today, as the world continues to spin in its relentless pace, Venus remains a potent force. Through astrology, she governs our desires, guiding us toward what we yearn for, reminding us that love is an essential part of our existence. Her presence influences our choices, from the partners we seek to our quests for beauty and harmony. It's a reflection of the eternal dance of attraction that shapes not only individual lives but also cultures and entire societies. And as the night deepens and Venus glows brightly in the sky, hearts beat with a familiar longing, a reminder that, no matter the age or the story, the influence of Venus transcends time, echoing through history and into the present. The dance of love continues, with each heartbeat resonating with the promise of connection and the thrill of desire, beckoning all to join in its sweet, intoxicating rhythm. On a breathless night in ancient Rome, the moon hung high, casting silver light upon the marble facades of its temples. Among them stood the Temple of Venus, a place where beauty and desire intertwined with the very essence of existence. As the flickering oil lamps illuminated the sculptures of the goddess, a palpable tension filled the air, one that spoke of love, longing, and the raw power of the human spirit. Beneath the surface of every whispered prayer, every longing glance, lay a philosophy as complex and layered as the fabric of society itself. The doctrine of Venus was not merely about the pursuit of love. It was a philosophical web that connected the hearts of mortals to the divine. To many, Venus was the embodiment of beauty and desire, but to philosophers, she represented something infinitely more profound, a reflection of humanity's deepest yearnings, its fears, and its aspirations. Through the lens of this doctrine, emotions were not just fleeting moments but significant indicators of one's existence and purpose. What did it mean to love? To be loved? The answers lay hidden within the souls of those who dared to seek them. In the streets of Rome, young lovers strolled hand in hand, their hearts racing like the chariot races held in the Circus Maximus. Each gaze shared between them was charged with an electric energy, echoing the age-old question that philosophers had posited for centuries. Is love a fleeting passion or an eternal force? They laughed, their joy a testament to Venus's influence. But beneath the laughter, a silent dread lingered. Love was unpredictable, a wild stallion that could either elevate or devastate. A philosopher named Lucius, known for his insightful treatises, often pondered the implications of this doctrine under the shade of a gnarled olive tree. He watched the city pulsate with life, his heart heavy with the knowledge of love's dual nature. His writings spoke of love as a mirror that reflected both beauty and suffering. It was an exquisite torture, a spark that could ignite a soul or leave it in shadows. Every time he penned a word, he felt the weight of history behind him, the voices of past lovers echoing through the ages. In the quiet corners of the city, women gathered to share their desires and dreams, their hopes woven into the very fabric of their lives. The doctrine of Venus spoke to them, each conversation a thread in the tapestry of their existence. They spoke of love's power to shape destiny, to bend the will of the gods themselves. They shared tales of passion, betrayal, and redemption, reminding one another that they were not alone in their quests. The goddess inspired them, urging them to embrace their desires, yet her presence also warned them of potential heartache. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a devastating storm swept through Rome. The streets became rivers, and the once vibrant city seemed to drown in darkness. In the chaos, Lucius found himself sheltering in the very temple dedicated to Venus. The walls echoed with the cries of passion and despair that had settled there over the centuries. In that sacred space, he felt the weight of his thoughts collide with the raw energy of the storm outside. He thought of the stories he had written and how each word was a tribute to the complexities of love. Here, under the watchful eyes of Venus, he realized that the doctrine spoke not only of love's beauty but also of its capacity for destruction. With every heartbeat, he was reminded that love could set the world ablaze or leave it in ashes. The tempest outside mirrored the tumult within him, and he wrote feverishly, a desperate attempt to capture the essence of this emotional force. As the storm raged on, a figure entered the temple, a young woman named Claudia, seeking refuge. Her hair was wet, clinging to her face, but her eyes burned with a fierce determination. She was no stranger to the heart's pain, having loved and lost in ways that left her spirit bruised. But tonight, as she stood before the statue of Venus, she felt a surge of hope. The doctrine whispered to her, reminding her that love was not merely an experience but a journey worth taking. In that charged moment, Lucius looked up from his writings, and their eyes met. Two souls caught in the web of longing, each seeking something deeper than mere connection. Their conversation flowed like the rain outside, weaving tales of joy and sorrow, of hope and despair. They spoke of how love, in all its forms, shaped their lives, and in that exchange, they discovered a shared understanding that transcended words. But as the storm began to calm, and the moonlight broke through the clouds, the harsh reality of life loomed. Lucius could feel the impending separation, the weight of choices that lingered like shadows. Their hearts beat in sync, yet the world outside beckoned them back to their respective lives, filled with uncertainty and expectation. The doctrine of Venus pulsed within them, a silent reminder that love is both a sanctuary and a battlefield, a place of profound joy and inevitable heartache. As they stepped back into the night, the air felt charged with unspoken promises. Claudia hurried away, her heart pounding with a mix of exhilaration and fear, while Lucius remained, the echoes of their conversation hanging in the air like the fading thunder of the storm. The moonlight illuminated the temple, and he knew he could no longer ignore the philosophical implications that love brought forth. The exhilaration of their fleeting connection propelled him to write once more, his words pouring out like the rain that had just ceased. He pondered the possibility of love as a transformative experience, an alchemical process that could elevate the soul or crush it under the weight of desire. What did it mean to be open to love, to invite the chaos into one's life? His heart raced with the potential of a new idea, a realization that perhaps the doctrine of Venus was not solely about finding love but about understanding oneself in the process. With that thought igniting a fire within him, Lucius began to write again, driven by a relentless pursuit of truth. The night stretched on, and the temple stood witness to his unfolding revelations, the very essence of Venus echoing through every stroke of his pen. He felt the world around him, the city, the lovers, the dreamers, caught in a vortex of emotions swirling with the promise of life. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. In a time long before the digital age, when the stars whispered secrets and the moon painted the night sky with dreams, Venus shone brighter than any other entity in the heavens. Revered as the morning star and the evening star, she held a duality that captivated the hearts of countless civilizations. Beneath her shimmering glow, myths bloomed like wildflowers, each story rich with longing, adoration, and the bittersweet pangs of love lost and found. In ancient Mesopotamia, where the cradle of civilization rocked gently to the rhythm of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, Venus was embodied as Ishtar, the goddess of love and war. Her beauty was unmatched, and yet, it was her fierce spirit that set hearts aflame. Men and women alike offered prayers at her altars, hoping to catch a glimpse of her favor. Tales spoke of her descent into the underworld, a journey marked by sacrifice and the haunting depth of despair. Ishtar's story resonated with all who loved deeply, for she carried the weight of human emotion, dancing between joy and sorrow, light and shadow. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks wove their own tapestry of tales around Venus, known to them as Aphrodite. With her golden hair flowing like sunlight, she stirred the hearts of gods and mortals alike. The story of her birth from the sea foam is etched in the minds of many, a symbol of beauty emerging from chaos. Yet, this beauty came at a price, as her love often spiraled into turmoil. The heart-wrenching tale of her affair with Ares, the god of war, sent shockwaves through the heavens, igniting jealousy and conflict among the gods. She became a symbol of desire, a reminder that love can be both enchanting and destructive. In the remote reaches of the Americas, the indigenous peoples revered Venus as a celestial guide. The Aztecs called her Tlaloc, a goddess linked to both fertility and water. Her bright presence in the sky marked the seasons, guiding farmers in their planting and harvesting. However, her brilliance was not without a darker side. She was also a harbinger of war, signaling the times when conflict would arise. The duality of Tlaloc echoed in the hearts of those who looked up at the night sky, reminding them that life is a delicate balance between creation and destruction. Meanwhile, in the Far East, Venus was cherished as the embodiment of compassion and love in the form of Guanine, the goddess of mercy. Her stories are drenched in kindness and warmth, portraying her as a protector of the weak and a savior for the lost. Those who whispered her name in prayer felt a flicker of hope ignite within them, a promise that even in the darkest of times, love would prevail. Many sought her guidance, believing that her celestial influence could heal broken hearts and provide solace in moments of despair. Traveling further across the globe, in the land of the Celts, Venus took on the persona of Brigid. She was a goddess of fertility, poetry, and healing. In the quiet of winter, as the earth lay dormant, her spirit would stir, promising new life and inspiration. The celebration of Imbolc, held in her honor, ignited fires not just in homes, but in the hearts of those yearning for renewal. Brigid's lore weaved through time, reminding people that even in the coldest nights, the warmth of hope could blossom anew, much like the cycle of love itself. The ancient Romans, with their penchant for grandeur and spectacle, honored Venus as the epitome of beauty and grace. Festivals in her name filled the air with laughter, music, and the scent of blooming flowers. Yet behind the festivities lay a deeper truth. Society's obsession with her beauty often masked the fragility of love and the complexities of relationships. The tragic love stories of her mortal followers echoed through time, each tale a reminder that the pursuit of beauty could lead to the most profound heartaches. And then there were the stories that filled the night sky with the whispers of longing and betrayal. In many cultures, the appearance of Venus heralded the arrival of unrequited love, an aching reminder that the heart desires what it cannot have. The bittersweet longing for a love that dances just out of reach resonated through the ages, echoing in the hearts of lovers who dared to dream. Through all these tales, the luminous light of Venus remained a constant, a beacon guiding hearts through the complex maze of love. Each civilization added to her myth, enriching the tapestry of folklore, entwining history with emotion. The stories breathed life into the stars, turning the heavens into an ever-evolving canvas of human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories of Venus continued to weave through the fabric of time. Hearts swelled with passion, and tears flowed with sorrow as the myths ignited flames of hope and fear alike. The night sky shimmered with the weight of these tales, each star a testament to the power of love, loss, and the enduring spirit of humanity. From the passionate cries of lovers echoing in the night to the quiet prayers whispered under a blanket of stars, the myths surrounding Venus captured the essence of what it means to be human. A longing for connection, an understanding of duality, and the eternal dance between admiration and heartache. They remind us that in every heart lies the potential for love's beauty and its painful complexities. Each story uniquely carved by the hands of time, still waiting to be told. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of blood, a potent reminder of the ferocity that simmered beneath the surface of England's fields and castles. The Wars of the Roses was not just a struggle for power. It was a storm of raw emotion, a brutal dance of ambition and betrayal that turned families against each other and sparked battles that would echo through time. The clashing of swords was merely the surface of a much deeper conflict. A conflict that saw love twisted into hatred and loyalty transformed into treachery. At the center of this turmoil was the fierce rivalry between two noble houses: the Plantagenets, cloaked in the white rose of York, and the Lancasters, carrying the vivid red rose as their emblem. In the hearts of the warriors lay not just the desire for power but the passions of women who held influence over the men, their husbands, brothers, and sons. Like delicate petals caught in a fierce wind, they were torn between duty and desire, ambition and affection. Margaret of Anjou, the fierce queen of the Lancasters, stood like a lioness at the center of the tempest. Her dark hair framed her face, fierce and determined. She poured her heart into her husband, King Henry VI, whose mind often wandered in shadows of madness. Margaret's love was a battlefield of its own, as she fought not only for her husband's crown but also for the future of her son, Edward. With every battle lost, her spirit grew more resolute, her eyes blazing with a fire that could ignite even the coldest of hearts. She was no stranger to the battlefield. Her presence felt even when she wasn't there, like a whispered promise of revenge against the Yorkists who dared to challenge her family's claim. Every loss was a wound, but every victory was a balm, even if temporary. The day of the Battle of Toten came with dark clouds looming overhead, a foreshadowing of the blood that would stain the snow. As the armies clashed, Margaret fought alongside her men, adrenaline surging through her veins, each clash of swords echoing her resolve. Across the field, Richard, Duke of York, stood tall, his white rose emblem fluttering proudly. The pain he bore for his family's future was palpable, a heavy cloak he wore with honor. His love for his children and his desire for a better England stoked the flames of his ambition. He was a warrior and a father, and as he faced the Lancasters, he could not help but think of his beloved sons, Edward and George, who were watching him from the sidelines, their eyes wide with admiration and fear. The battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, noble blood mingled with the earth, creating a macabre tapestry of victory and loss. Richard fought valiantly, pushing past fear and doubt, his heart pounding not just for himself but for those he loved. But love can twist into a weapon, and as his determination sharpened, so did the jealousy of his rival, Henry's half-brother, the ambitious Earl of Somerset. Somerset had his own demons, a turbulent ambition that swirled within him like a tempest. He, too, had loved and lost, had watched as Margaret's affections shifted to those who could bring her power. The clash between their houses was not just political. It was personal. Somerset's eyes burned with a mix of rage and longing as he fought, desperate to carve his name into the annals of history, to claim Margaret's heart, even if it meant spilling the blood of his rivals. As the sun dipped low in the sky, it cast an eerie glow across the battlefield, illuminating the agony etched on faces both familiar and foreign. The cries of the wounded echoed like the wails of lost souls, and amidst the chaos, love was the silent casualty. For every sword swung, there was a heart shattered, a family torn apart. Amidst the brutality of the battlefield, the ladies of the court watched in despair and determination. Elizabeth Woodville, a widow of the Lancastrian defeat, sensed the stirring tides of change. Her beauty, like a rose untouched by the thorns of war, captivated the heart of Edward IV, the Yorkist king whose rise was as swift as it was brutal. Elizabeth had been swept into the whirlwind of politics, her life forever changed by the choices of men. Yet, she held her own power, though hidden beneath layers of silk and lace. In the dark corners of her heart, she too harbored ambitions. A queen's ambition to protect her children and reignite the faded glory of her house. Love, passion, and a fierce protectiveness propelled her actions, and as Edward claimed the throne, she stepped into the role of queen, a title that came with heavy burdens. Every political alliance bore the weight of the past, and Elizabeth knew that while she wore the crown beside her husband, the blood of the fallen Lancasters stained her hands. Margaret, with her fierce loyalty and unwavering spirit, would not let the past fade quietly into the shadows. The rivalry continued, each woman a player in a game where the stakes were the highest imaginable, their family's very existence. As the years unfurled, the wars ebbed and flowed, and with every battle won or lost, new alliances twisted like vines, ensnaring hearts and ambitions in their grasp. For Margaret, the fight was personal, a mother's love fueled by the desire to see her son on the throne. For Elizabeth, it was a chance to rise above the shadows of loss and reclaim her family's honor. The battlefield was a tempest, but in the courts of power, the true wars raged on. Whispers and alliances, betrayals and secret meetings, hearts broken amidst the promises of glory. With each turn of fortune, the women's roles would shift, their influence undeniable, but their fates forever intertwined with the tumultuous ebb and flow of the Rose's struggle for supremacy. As the battles raged and the blood flowed, it became clear that the most profound conflicts were not just fought by swords and shields, but in the hearts of the women who stood behind the thrones, holding the weight of kingdoms upon their fragile shoulders. They were warriors of a different kind, their struggles as fierce and consequential as any battle won or lost on the fields of England. The echoes of their love and ambition would reverberate through time, compelling those who followed to walk the same treacherous paths, where love and politics surged like a river, fierce and unyielding. The air buzzed with anticipation as women gathered in the dim light of an old theater, the walls echoing with whispers of revolution. A single spotlight illuminated a makeshift stage, casting a glow that transformed the mundane into something extraordinary. In that moment, the spirit of Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, pulsed through the room, uniting hearts and igniting passions. It was a gathering of souls, each carrying the weight of generations that had fought for freedom, equality, and self-love. This was more than just a meeting. It was a spark, a manifestation of the power that Venus represented in the modern feminist movements. Venus had always been more than a figure of beauty. She was a symbol that transcended mere aesthetics, embodying strength, resilience, and the right to define one's identity. As women across the world began to reclaim their narrative, Venus became the emblem of their fight. Posters adorned with her image were seen at rallies, a reminder that beauty could be a fierce weapon against patriarchy. In the faces of those who stood in solidarity, the soft curves of Venus transformed into the sharp edges of protest signs, declaring their demand for respect, autonomy, and love in all its forms. In the 1960s and 70s, the feminist movement surged forth like a tidal wave, and Venus danced at the forefront. Artists and activists began to incorporate her image and symbolism into their work, challenging traditional views on femininity. The women's liberation movement burst with passion, a chorus of voices calling for change. Women reclaimed the right to their bodies and desires, echoing the assertiveness of Venus herself. The goddess became a beacon of resistance against societal norms that sought to confine and limit. As the movements evolved, so did the representation of Venus. No longer merely a muse or an object of admiration, she transformed into a figure of empowerment. The concept of beauty began shifting, embracing diversity in all its forms. Women of color, queer women, and those from various backgrounds started to assert their identities proudly. Venus morphed into a multifaceted icon, inviting all to see beauty within themselves regardless of societal standards. The message was clear. Every woman had the right to love herself fiercely, and Venus was there to remind them of that truth. In the midst of rallies, where chants filled the air with fervor, the spirit of Venus seemed to linger in the breeze. A young woman, holding a sign that read "My body, my choice," felt the energy of her ancestors coursing through her veins. She wasn't just fighting for her own rights. She was standing on the shoulders of those who had come before her, the suffragettes who marched for the right to vote, the women who broke barriers in the workplace, and the mothers who had whispered tales of resilience in the dark. Each heartbeat echoed with the strength of Venus, a reminder that love and beauty were rooted in the fight for justice. The role of Venus continued to expand into the 21st century. Social media emerged as a powerful platform for change, and the goddess found a new home among hashtags and viral posts. The hashtag #MeToo movement ignited a firestorm of stories, allowing survivors to share their experiences and reclaim their power. For many, Venus was the embodiment of survival, an enduring symbol of triumph over adversity. Women began to paint their stories, their bodies, their lives, with the vibrant colors of resilience. They spoke of love, not just for others, but for themselves, in all their complexities and imperfections. Artistic expressions flourished, with murals depicting Venus standing tall, her arms outstretched in solidarity. In galleries, her image was reinterpreted, showcasing the strength of women through diverse lenses. Artists challenged societal norms, inviting viewers to question their preconceived notions of beauty, sexuality, and femininity. The goddess of love had become a revolutionary, a force that inspired change and led the charge toward a future where every woman could embrace her own identity. Amidst the chaos of protests and the fervor of rallies, moments of reflection emerged. Women gathered in circles, sharing stories of their journeys, their struggles, and their victories. Tears flowed freely as they spoke of the pain inflicted by a world that often sought to diminish them. But in those moments, Venus reigned supreme. The warmth of her spirit enveloped them, reminding them that they were not alone. Each story shared became a thread in the tapestry of their collective struggle, woven together by a deep-seated understanding of the power of unity. In the shadows of these gatherings, the spirit of Venus beckoned, whispering truths that resonated within every woman's soul. Her influence surged through the generations, connecting the past with the present, binding women in a shared quest for agency. They began to understand that the fight wasn't only for themselves but for the countless voices yet to be heard. Their stories became intertwined, a beautiful mosaic of resilience echoing the very essence of Venus. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the streets filled with vibrant energy, women marched arm in arm, chanting slogans that echoed through the night. The spirit of Venus soared above them, illuminating their paths, guiding them toward a future filled with hope and possibility. In that moment, they felt invincible, united in their pursuit of love, justice, and acceptance. The goddess had not just inspired a movement. She had ignited a revolution, a relentless wave of change that was impossible to extinguish. With every step, they left behind a trail of courage, each footfall a testament to their determination to rewrite the narrative. The role of Venus in modern feminist movements was not just a chapter in history. It was a living, breathing entity that would continue to evolve, intertwining with each stride they took toward liberation, pushing the boundaries of love, identity, and strength further than ever before. And as the night deepened, the flicker of hope became a roaring flame, propelling them into a future where every woman could embrace her own power, guided by the unwavering spirit of Venus. The air was thick with tension, each breath a reminder of the fierce battle unfolding in the heavens above. Venus, often called Earth's twin, wore a shroud of mystery, but beneath its clouded surface, a war was raging, a war of elements, a clash of extremes. The echoes of volcanic activity reverberated through the rocks, and the sulfuric clouds enveloped the planet like a venomous blanket, a stark contrast to Earth's lush landscapes. In the ancient world, Venus was worshipped as a goddess, a beacon of beauty and love. Yet, as the centuries slipped away, she transformed into a cautionary tale. Long before humans gazed into the stars with telescopes, ancient civilizations sensed her power. The Sumerians, Egyptians, and Greeks all revered her, but they could never fathom the truth hidden behind those swirling clouds. Each time they looked up, they saw a goddess, not the fierce, unyielding force that lay beneath. A great tempest swept across the planet, winds howling at speeds that would shred anything they touched. Lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the landscape in flashes of pure chaos. In the face of such ferocity, the planet seemed alive, an entity that breathed fire and fury. The volcanic craters, vast and gaping, belched molten rock into the atmosphere, a fiery symphony of nature's wrath. Each explosion was a heartbeat, each plume of ash a cry for survival, a struggle for dominance over an unforgiving environment. In contrast, Earth thrived with its delicate balance, ecosystems flourishing in myriad forms. Yet, the contrast between the two worlds served as a stark reminder of the fragility of life. As humans constructed their stories and civilizations, they couldn't escape the shadows of Venus. The tales of her might whispered cautionary hints about nature's power, an undeniable warning that echoed through time. Yet, the allure of Venus was undeniable. Even as scientists unraveled elements of her atmosphere, unveiling the truths hidden by layers of thick clouds, they understood that knowledge came at a price. The greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide swirling like an invisible cloak around the planet, created a suffocating embrace where temperatures soared to unimaginable heights. In a frenzy of discovery, they learned that a world could become a furnace, its surface a hellish expanse where life, as they knew it, could never exist. The implications sent shivers down their spines, a realization that the beauty of the universe could easily turn monstrous. In the warm glow of candlelight, a group of passionate astronomers gathered, their faces etched with determination. Their eyes sparkled with dreams of discovery, yet a shadow lingered over their thoughts. What if their pursuit of knowledge mirrored the very chaos that raged on Venus? The burning desire to understand echoed through their conversations, but just as quickly, they couldn't help but ponder. Would they, too, become victims of nature's wrath? Would their insatiable curiosity lead to a downfall, a mirror of what had happened on the fiery planet? As they shared theories and hypotheses, stories emerged that sent chills down their spines. Tales of ancient cultures who thrived only to fall victim to the very elements they worshipped, the sun and moon now echoing their downfall. Could the same fate await them? The tension surged, rising like the heat from Venus's surface, as they grappled with the weight of their ambitions. In that moment, the past collided with the present, creating a fractious pulse that coursed through the room. The notion that one's environment could dictate destiny was palpable. The lessons of history, the warnings of what had come before, resonated in their hearts. The scientists understood that Venus was not just a planet. She was a mirror reflecting their own vulnerabilities. The environment was a force to be reckoned with, ever-changing, ever-dominating, a true testament to nature's power. Amidst their discussions, images of Earth emerged, lush forests, vibrant oceans, and the delicate balance of ecosystems. But as they marveled at the beauty of their planet, a flicker of doubt cast a long shadow. How long could this balance last? Was humanity's relentless march toward progress, with its factories and pollution, pushing the Earth toward a fate similar to that of Venus? The realization was a gut punch, a visceral fear that gripped them. The future was not as bright as it seemed. It was intertwined with the fate of the world beyond their own. Outside, the stars sparkled in the night sky, each shimmering point a reminder of the cosmos' vastness. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow, as if listening to their fears, echoing back the stories of both worlds. The universe had seen civilizations rise and fall, and in its infinite wisdom, it bore witness to the consequences of neglect. As the scientists gazed into the abyss of the universe, they couldn't shake the thought that they were standing on a precipice, a fragile line separating existence from extinction. The fire in their hearts burned brighter, ignited by the urgency of their cause. They pored over data, searching for solutions, for ways to protect their home from the wrath of nature. The images of Venus loomed large in their minds, a relentless storm, a suffocating atmosphere, a reminder of what could happen if they faltered. Time slipped away as they worked feverishly, the clock ticking down like the countdown to a storm. The sweat beaded on their brows, their hands trembling with determination. They understood that nature was not just an environment. It was a living entity, capable of both creation and destruction. As they faced their fears, they also found hope in unity, a shared desire to protect the Earth from the very fate that had claimed Venus. In that charged atmosphere, the room vibrated with purpose, a sense of urgency that could not be ignored. They were not just scientists. They were warriors in the battle for survival, standing against the tides of nature's wrath. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a new figure entered, a messenger from the future, holding data that could reshape their understanding of both worlds. With a single proclamation, the air crackled with energy, and the collision of past, present, and future ignited a new wave of fervor. The stakes rose higher, the battle between knowledge and nature's fury reaching a fever pitch. As the scientists' hearts raced, they realized the war was not just for Venus. It was for every breath taken on Earth, every heartbeat, every flicker of hope. The future hung in the balance, and they were ready to fight. In the shimmering light of a distant past, a figure emerges from the shadows of history, her beauty transcending the ordinary and igniting desire in every heart that beheld her. This figure, Venus, the Roman goddess of love and beauty, stood not merely as an idol, but as a symbol of what humanity has sought and revered through centuries: perfection. Her allure captivated those who gazed upon her, and her story becomes a reflection of how we, as a species, have come to understand beauty itself. Long before the advent of modern science, ancient civilizations sculpted statues and painted murals that celebrated beauty's power. The Greeks, with their love for symmetry and proportion, sought to capture the essence of the divine in their art. They believed that beauty was not just skin deep. Rather, it was a window into the divine order of the universe. The golden ratio became their guiding star, seen in the Parthenon's magnificent columns and the flowing forms of their sculptures. Each curve and angle was meticulously crafted, whispering to the beholder that beauty holds a profound truth, a key to understanding life itself. As the sun rose and set in the ancient world, beauty evolved, morphing into something more than aesthetic pleasure. It became a currency in the game of survival. The mesmerizing features of a face or the graceful movement of a body were not mere happenstance. They bore witness to a story written in the annals of evolution. In the harsh reality of primordial life, those deemed beautiful were often more than just pleasing to the eye. They were indicators of health and genetic fitness. This connection between physical appearance and survival shaped the very fabric of human attraction. Consider the strikingly symmetrical faces that draw attention even today. Science reveals that people are often hardwired to find symmetry irresistible. In the dim light of a cave, a hunter-gatherer would have been more inclined to choose a mate with a symmetrical visage, interpreting it as a sign of good genes. This instinct has not abandoned the modern world. It pulses beneath the surface, influencing choices in ways we might not consciously recognize. Beauty, it seems, is a thread woven into our very existence, binding us together through shared desires and unspoken yearnings. The Renaissance blossomed, illuminating Europe with fresh perspectives on beauty. Artists like Botticelli painted ethereal figures that danced on canvas, capturing the spirit of Venus herself. These masterpieces were not only a celebration of the human form but also a study in the emotional power of beauty. The stirring depictions of Venus rising from the sea encapsulated the idea that beauty could evoke awe, love, and longing, an emotional tempest that swept through the hearts of all who encountered such art. Yet, the pursuit of beauty has often danced a delicate waltz with societal standards. In the Victorian era, Corsets were tightened to exaggerate the waist, creating an idealized silhouette that dictated what was deemed attractive. Women contorted themselves into extreme shapes, surrendering comfort for the sake of beauty, illustrating how deeply intertwined our perceptions of beauty are with cultural narratives. The very fabric of society dictated how one should look, trapping many in gilded cages of expectations and norms. As the industrial age ushered in new technologies, the definition of beauty began to shift once more. The rise of photography allowed moments of beauty to be captured in an instant. No longer confined to the brushstrokes of an artist, beauty could now be immortalized in a single frame. This new medium, however, also paved the way for an avalanche of comparison. The glossy images of models in magazines became the new standard, creating an unattainable ideal that many aspired to but few could reach. The emotional toll of such standards rippled through society, igniting a fierce debate on the nature of beauty and its implications for self-worth. Yet, even amid the chaos, beauty's essence remained steadfast. In the world of science, studies began to shed light on the psychology of attractiveness. Researchers discovered that kindness, warmth, and a genuine smile often eclipsed physical beauty. The heart thumps wildly not just for the symmetrical face but for the laughter shared and the compassion shown. This revelation shifted the narrative. It was no longer about mere appearances, but about the beauty found in human connection and the bonds that are forged in moments of vulnerability. As the digital age unfolded, a new chapter in the story of beauty began. Social media platforms became battlegrounds for likes and shares, where filters and editing tools allowed individuals to craft their own versions of beauty. In this brave new world, the pressure to conform to a curated ideal intensified. Yet, within this complexity lay a burgeoning movement towards authenticity, a reclamation of what it means to be beautiful in one's own skin. The rise of body positivity and self-acceptance emerged as a powerful counter-narrative, a reminder that beauty is not a monolith but a mosaic of diversity. From the whispers of ancient sculptures to the vibrant colors of modern art, Venus remains a timeless muse, beckoning us to search for beauty in every facet of life. Beauty has morphed from a simple attraction to a multifaceted experience, intertwining with our emotions, our societies, and our very biology. Each heartbeat pulses with the rhythm of our yearning for connection, a yearning that transcends time and space, binding us all in a shared quest for understanding and appreciation. The exploration of beauty continues, and with it, the realization that it holds within its grasp an endless tapestry of stories, emotions, and truths. As the narrative of Venus unfurls through time, each chapter reveals more than just the surface. It delves into the very essence of what it means to be human, to love, and to seek beauty in a world that is often chaotic and unforgiving. The next twist in this tale is waiting just beyond the horizon, promising even deeper revelations, even as the dance of beauty continues to swirl around us, inviting us to lose ourselves in its embrace. The sky blazed a fiery red, its vibrant hues reflecting the turmoil below, a world caught in the throes of conflict. At the very center of this chaos lay the image of Venus, the Roman goddess of love and beauty, her graceful figure adorned with symbols of peace. Yet, in every corner of history, the contradictions of her representation whispered a chilling narrative, one where love and conflict danced an intricate tango, each step echoing the very essence of humanity. In ancient Rome, where grandeur and brutality coexisted, Venus was a deity revered for her power to inspire both desire and harmony. Statues of her stood proudly in the homes of the affluent, a soft smile etched into marble, a reminder of the beauty and peace that could blossom amidst the harsh realities of life. Yet, irony dripped from every carved detail. While the people worshipped her as a beacon of tranquility, they simultaneously prepared for wars that would spill blood on their beloved lands. The paradox was as palpable as the air they breathed. Love was revered, yet violence thrived. In the whispers of history, tales emerged from the ancient battlegrounds of Troy, where the very name of Venus ignited fierce rivalry. The legendary beauty of Helen, often credited to Venus herself, sparked a war that raged for 10 long years. This was no mere fable. The songs sung by bards depicted her as a figure who offered beauty as a gift, but it was a gift that came with a cost. Peace was a distant dream as armies clashed and families were torn apart, all in the name of what Venus represented. The goddess, adorned with flowers and surrounded by doves, was the very embodiment of desire that led to destruction. As the centuries rolled forward, the Renaissance emerged, and with it a resurgence of Venus in art and literature. Painters like Botticelli immortalized her in soft pastels and flowing lines, presenting a vision of serenity. In The Birth of Venus, she floats on a shell, a symbol of grace emerging from the sea, untouched by the chaos of the world. Yet, as viewers admired this portrayal, they often overlooked the turbulence that surrounded the creation of such beauty, the struggles between artists and patrons, the political machinations of city-states, and the ever-looming threat of war. Amidst this artistic celebration, the echoes of conflict continued to resonate. The very cities that celebrated Venus were often embroiled in strife. Florence, the cradle of Renaissance art, was not just a center of beauty. It was a battleground for power and influence. The Medici, who commissioned works of art featuring Venus, were themselves entwined in plots, assassinations, and rivalry. The goddess stood as a dual figure. She could inspire the most exquisite beauty and yet symbolize the very treachery that led to bloodshed. Fast forward to the 20th century, and Venus reemerged once more, this time amidst the devastation of 2 world wars. The world turned to her image, hoping for solace and reconciliation. As bombs rained down and cities crumbled, her likeness appeared on posters, urging soldiers to return home, to seek peace rather than glory. "Bring our boys back," the slogans cried, adorned with her radiant visage. Yet the irony cut deeper. The same leaders who invoked her name often sent young men to their deaths, wrapped in the banners of patriotism. In the political sphere, Venus transformed into a symbol for peace treaties as nations sought to negotiate amidst the rubble. The Treaty of Versailles, meant to end the First World War, featured her in its decoration, promising a new era of peace. But history painted a different picture. A mere 2 decades later, the world plunged into an even darker abyss. The contradictions persisted, her image serving as a reminder of hope, yet marking the failure of diplomacy. Time flowed, and the image of Venus continued to evolve. In modern times, she found herself in the realm of pop culture, celebrated in songs and films, embodying the dreams of love and harmony. Yet, as the world spun on, the truth remained. While Venus represented peace, she often stood in stark contrast to the actions of humankind. The pursuit of love seemed to spiral into conflict, and her image, a beautiful paradox, reminded everyone that the essence of peace is often marred by human frailty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows long and deep, the contradictions of Venus lingered in the air. Her figure, a haunting reminder, danced between the realms of love and war, beauty and destruction. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, people pondered her true meaning. Was she a promise of peace, or merely an illusion, an enchanting muse that led to both creation and chaos? The thoughts of generations weighed heavily on the shoulders of those who sought to understand her influence. History was a tapestry woven with threads of conflict and desire, and at the center stood Venus, both revered and reviled. As the stars twinkled above, so did the thoughts of those who felt the pull of her allure, a magnetic force that promised hope while shadowed by the weight of its contradictions. Yet, in every heart that held a whisper of love, a flicker of hope remained alive. The story of Venus, rich with contradictions and steeped in history, was not merely a tale of the past. It was an ongoing narrative, one that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to dream of peace. In every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, her essence came to life, a delicate reminder that even in the darkest times, the pursuit of love and peace could illuminate the path ahead. As the night settled, a sense of longing filled the air, a yearning for a world where Venus could be just a symbol of peace, untainted by the scars of war. And in that longing, the story of contradictions unfurled, beckoning the reader to turn the page and continue the exploration into the depths of humanity, where love and conflict intertwined, forever in a delicate dance, unbroken and unyielding. In a dimly lit room, a woman stands before a mirror, her reflection distorted by the flicker of candlelight. She adjusts her silk scarf, the fabric sliding smoothly through her fingers, and for a brief moment, she is not just herself but an embodiment of centuries of beauty, love, and desire. The air hums with the whispers of history, echoing the legacy of Venus, the Roman goddess who has inspired countless generations to seek beauty in every form. Here, in this intimate space, the past collides with the present, and the weight of centuries can almost be felt pressing against her skin. Venus was not merely a goddess of love. She was a beacon of aspiration, her influence cascading through the ages like a river that shapes the land. In ancient Rome, she represented everything from romance to the allure of power. Temples dedicated to her were not just places of worship. They were sanctuaries where hopes were cast and dreams were born. The people of Rome understood that beauty was not just an external feature but a reflection of one's inner spirit, a truth that vibrates through time and resonates in every heart today. As the centuries rolled by, the spirit of Venus found its way into the hands of artists, poets, and thinkers. The Renaissance, a rebirth of art and culture, saw her emerge anew in the works of Botticelli, in all her ethereal glory. The birth of Venus captured not just a moment but an entire philosophy, that beauty could stir the soul and inspire humanity to transcend the mundane. Viewers stood mesmerized, transported to a world where the divine could be touched and felt. The painting became a symbol of hope, sparking a yearning for love and creativity that knows no bounds. Fast forward to the modern age, where the legacy of Venus weaves itself into the fabric of everyday life. Her influence spills into fashion, where designers channel her essence, crafting garments that wrap the body in seduction and elegance. The runway becomes a catwalk of dreams, where each clothing line pays homage to the goddess who taught the world that beauty can be bold, alluring, and transformative. With every stitch, there is the echo of her name, urging every individual to celebrate their uniqueness and claim their beauty, no matter how ordinary it may seem. In the realm of popular culture, Venus dances gracefully through the lyrics of songs and the verses of poetry. Artists, inspired by her mythos, weave tales of love and longing that capture the essence of human experience. From heartbreak to euphoria, her legacy pulses vibrantly in every note. Each song is a testament to the timelessness of love, an homage to the goddess who has been the muse of many, reminding us that our hearts beat with the same rhythm that once resonated in the temples of ancient Rome. Yet, as the world continues to wrestle with the concept of beauty, Venus's legacy presents both a guiding light and a shadow. In an age dominated by social media, where filters and curated lives often mask reality, the ideals of beauty can feel unattainable. The goddess, who once inspired a celebration of the self, also highlights the discrepancies and pressures that society places on individuals today. The paradox of her legacy unfolds. While she represents the ultimate form of beauty, she also serves as a reminder of the insecurities that accompany the quest for perfection. In the midst of this tension, countless voices rise in defiance, echoing the spirit of Venus in new and powerful ways. Artists, activists, and influencers embrace her essence by promoting body positivity and self-acceptance. They reclaim the narrative, declaring that beauty is not a singular standard but a kaleidoscope of experiences and identities. Each movement and each declaration is a brushstroke on the canvas of contemporary society, a rebuke against the narrow definitions that have persisted for too long. They breathe life into Venus's legacy, inviting everyone to partake in the celebration of their own beauty. Community gatherings bloom, inspired by the goddess of love. Rituals emerge, where people come together to share stories of love lost and found, of scars healed and hearts mended. In these shared moments, they discover the true meaning of beauty lies not in appearance but in the connections forged among one another. Venus, in her multifaceted glory, becomes a symbol of solidarity, reminding everyone that love, in its many forms, is the most profound beauty of all. As the day wanes and the sun dips below the horizon, the flickering candlelight casts shadows that dance across the walls. The woman in front of the mirror takes a deep breath, feeling a surge of empowerment coursing through her veins. She is not just an individual. She is part of a lineage that stretches back through time. The goddess who once ruled the hearts of the Roman Empire pulses in her spirit, urging her to embrace her own story and wear her beauty like a crown. In that charged moment, she steps out into the world, her heart beating like a drum, echoing the legacy of Venus that is alive in every corner of society. The streets are alive with energy, each person a reflection of the goddess's influence, each face a testament to the complex tapestry of beauty and love that binds humanity together. The city hums with stories, and love hangs in the air like a fragrant bloom, promising that the legacy of Venus is not merely a relic of the past, but a living, breathing force that continues to shape lives today. As night descends, the world spins on, each moment pregnant with possibility, and the legacy of Venus spirals forth, an endless dance of love, beauty, and resilience that knows no finality, only evolution. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the city of Athens, where ancient stones whispered tales of glory and struggle. The air was thick with anticipation, as women from all walks of life gathered in the shadows of the Parthenon. They were not just seeking freedom, they were yearning for recognition, a voice in a world that had long silenced them. In a time when the idea of equality felt like a distant dream, the women of Athens found courage in their shared plight. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their hands clasped tightly as they chanted their desires for justice. Each word carried the weight of generations, of mothers and daughters who had been denied the right to participate in the very governance that ruled their lives. The men of Athens debated politics in the agora, their voices echoing loud and clear, while the women's voices struggled to rise above the din. As the sun disappeared entirely, the light of torches flickered, illuminating the steely determination in their eyes. Among them was Aspasia, a woman of exceptional intellect and charm. Educated and articulate, she had gained the respect of many notable men, including the great philosopher Socrates. Yet, even her brilliance could not shield her from the prejudices of a society that valued birthright over merit. Aspasia knew that intellect shouldn't be a privilege reserved for men. She longed for a world where the thoughts of women could flow freely, recognized and cherished. Whispers of change began to ripple through Athens. Women started organizing clandestine meetings, sharing ideas and strategies to push for their rights. They exchanged stories of abuse, neglect, and the suffocating expectations placed upon them. It was within these walls, in the flickering shadows, that they discovered the power of unity. With each meeting, they grew bolder, igniting a fire that spread like wildfire through the city. Across the ages, similar tides were rising. In ancient Rome, women like Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi brothers, championed the importance of educating women. She instilled in her sons a belief in equality. Yet, the weight of tradition pressed heavily upon them. Cornelia raised her voice not for her own recognition but for the sake of women everywhere. Her heart ached for a future where her daughters would not be shackled by the same oppressive chains that bound her. As time marched on, the Renaissance unfolded like a beautiful flower, promising hope. Women like Christine de Pizan emerged from the shadows, wielding pen and ink as their weapons. With fierce passion, she penned arguments for women's rights, challenging the norms that had long been accepted. Her words resonated off the walls of history, echoing through the corridors of time. Yet, as her ink dried, the world responded with silence, a stark reminder of the uphill battle they faced. The Industrial Revolution turned the world upside down and provided women an unexpected opportunity. Factories buzzed with life, pulling women from the confines of their homes and into the workforce. They toiled long hours for meager wages, yet in those factories they found strength. Slowly, they learned that their labor was invaluable, that they could not only contribute but lead. This newfound freedom sparked fierce desires for change, and whispers of equality began to fill the smoky air. In the bustling streets of England, the suffragettes marched, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Emmeline Pankhurst stood at the forefront, her spirit unyielding, her words a clarion call for justice. "Deeds, not words," she proclaimed, and the crowd roared in agreement. These women faced violent opposition, yet their resolve only strengthened. They threw themselves into the fight, risking everything to pave the way for future generations. The battle was far from easy, with prison cells and violence lurking around every corner. Yet they pressed on, fueled by dreams of a brighter future. As the world plunged into the chaos of the 20th century, the flames of feminism crackled louder. Women fought against the norms that dictated their lives. They yearned for the right to vote, to work, to live without fear. The suffragettes in the United States faced ridicule and hostility, yet they marched on. They held banners high, their cries for equality rising like smoke into the sky. Each moment was a testament to their courage, a reminder that change does not come easily. In the aftermath of 2 world wars, women proved their worth like never before. They stepped into roles traditionally held by men, driving trucks, building airplanes, and serving in factories. When the dust settled and the men returned home, many expected the women to retreat to their previous roles. But the flame of independence burned too brightly. Women had tasted power, and they would not go back. The 1960s erupted with passion as the second wave of feminism surged forth. Women like Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem challenged the very fabric of society, igniting movements that demanded respect and equal rights. They rallied in the streets, their voices rising in unison, demanding to be seen and heard. The battle for workplace equality, reproductive rights, and freedom from violence took center stage. It was a time of upheaval, of raw emotion, as women found their voices and refused to be silenced. Yet the struggle continued, morphing and evolving. The 21st century brought new challenges, as intersectionality became a rallying cry. Women of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, and those from marginalized communities sought to carve their own spaces within the movement. The fight for equality was no longer just about gender. It was about embracing diversity and understanding that every voice mattered. In the midst of the chaos, a new generation rose to the forefront. Young activists, armed with smartphones and social media, lit the world on fire with their passion. They organized protests, raised awareness, and challenged the status quo. Their energy was a force of nature, reminding the world that the battle for equality was not just a historical footnote, but an ongoing struggle. And so, the women of Athens, of Rome, of the Industrial Revolution, and of the modern era found themselves woven into a single tapestry of resistance. Each thread represented a voice, a story, a spark of hope that refused to be extinguished. They had fought, bled, and cried for their right to exist, to be seen as equals. The fight for gender dynamics and equality was not merely a battle of the past. It was a living, breathing entity, ever-present and demanding attention. With each passing moment, the echoes of their struggles resonated louder, intertwining with the heartbeat of history. The quest for equality continued, a relentless tide pushing forward, challenging the very core of what it meant to be human. Under the dim glow of 1,000 stars, a soldier stood at the edge of a vast battlefield, a place where glory and despair mingled like smoke in the air. The night was heavy with the scent of earth and iron, the echoes of conflict still ringing in his ears. He felt a longing that gnawed at him, not just for the comforts of home, but for the sweet embrace of love, a yearning that often felt more perilous than any war. It was in this crucible of violence that the tender threads of love and the sharp edges of war intertwined, a dance as old as humanity itself. Throughout history, love has been a powerful motivator, driving men and women to acts of bravery, even madness. Think of Hector, who rushed to battle in defense of his city, spurred on by the love for his family and his people. His heart was not just a weapon of war. It was a shield that protected those he cherished. The thought of leaving his beloved Andromache behind haunted him, her tears becoming a silent war cry that echoed in his mind as he faced the enemy. On the other side, the infamous Cleopatra wielded her charm as deftly as any sword. Her entanglement with Julius Caesar and later with Mark Antony showed that love could be a strategy in its own right. With one glance, she could sway the hearts of powerful men, using her allure to alter the course of empires. The battlefield and the boudoir were not so different. Both required a mastery of human emotions, a psychological dance that could dictate the rise and fall of kingdoms. But love is fickle, often veering into jealousy and betrayal, especially in the throes of conflict. The story of Helen of Troy speaks volumes of this truth. Her beauty sparked a war that engulfed nations, a love story that spiraled into chaos. The love she ignited became a destructive fire, consuming everything in its path. Cities burned, lives lost, and all for a fleeting passion. It was not just the armies that fought. It was the very essence of humanity, torn between love and desire, loyalty and betrayal. As the battle raged on, soldiers whispered about the women left behind. In their hearts, they carried images of loved ones, faces illuminated by soft candlelight, laughter echoing in hallways, hands intertwined under the stars. Each thought was a balm against the brutality of war, a flicker of hope in the darkest moments. The warrior's heart was a paradox, torn between the call of duty and the ache of longing, the sharp edge of a sword and the softness of a lover's embrace. In ancient Rome, soldiers bore tokens of their beloveds, a lock of hair, a painted portrait, or a simple letter filled with promises of return. These artifacts provided solace, a reminder of the power love wielded even in the heart of chaos. The promise of reunion became the thread that held their spirits together, stitching wounds both seen and unseen, allowing them to fight with fervor. The battlefield, however, was also a place where love was born under the strangest of circumstances. Soldiers often found companionship in the most unexpected places, forming bonds that transcended their backgrounds. The bonds forged in the heat of battle were as fierce as any romantic love. These friendships, born out of shared experience and danger, became a lifeline, a reminder of humanity amidst the horrors of war. And yet, the influence of Venus, the goddess of love, loomed large over these tales. Her presence was felt in the sweet nothings whispered in the heat of battle and the longing gazes exchanged between lovers separated by war. Her essence thrummed through the hearts of those who dared to love fiercely. The stories of lovers and warriors alike were woven into the very fabric of history, echoing through time and reminding us that love and war are two sides of the same coin. In the throes of conflict, love was both a weapon and a weakness. It emboldened some while it shattered others. When the drums of war beat, they reverberated with the heartbeat of lovers, each pulse reminding them of what they fought for. Lives intertwined, destinies forged, and dreams shattered. Love was the undercurrent that made the very act of fighting feel like a betrayal to what they held dear. In the background of this tumult, poets and scribes captured the essence of love and war, their words immortalizing the pain and beauty of it all. The verses of Sappho, who wrote of love's tender grip, echoed through the ages, inspiring soldiers to carry the memory of their beloveds into battle. The words became mantras, each syllable a prayer for safe return, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. As arrows flew and swords clashed, the warriors could almost hear the gentle murmur of Venus, urging them to remember the love that awaited them. This duality of love and war, an endless loop of longing and loss, created a psychological landscape that shaped the hearts of millions. Each battle fought was not merely a clash of steel, but a testament to the power of the human heart, forever caught between the lust for love and the thirst for victory. In this complex dance, the influence of Venus pulsated through the smallest gestures. A shared glance, a whispered promise, or a tear shed in silence. The warriors, hardened by their experiences, often found themselves revisiting the tender moments, those soft threads of affection woven into the fabric of their souls. Each memory became a lifeline, a reminder that no matter the chaos surrounding them, love was always worth fighting for. Even as the smoke cleared and the battlefield lay quiet, the echoes of love remained, a haunting melody in the minds of those who survived. The scars of war ran deep, but so did the memories of love, intertwining to tell a story of both loss and endurance. The heart, resilient and fierce, carried on, for the influence of Venus was not easily forgotten. In every soldier's heart, the eternal struggle between love and war continued, a story that would never truly end. On the dawn of a new cycle, the sky over ancient Mesopotamia glowed with a shimmering light, as if the very essence of love and beauty had descended from above. The people stood in hushed anticipation, casting their eyes towards the luminous orb that hung low on the horizon, a radiant beacon that drew them in with its ethereal glow. It was Venus, the goddess of love and war, whose presence ignited the hearts of many and stirred a longing that echoed through the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a transformation began, shrouding the world in the warm embrace of twilight, marking the time for sacred rituals that would resonate for centuries. Among the first to honor Venus were the Sumerians, whose pantheon of deities was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of nature and the cosmos. They built magnificent temples, adorned with intricate carvings that depicted the goddess in various forms. A beautiful woman, a fierce warrior, and sometimes an enigmatic figure, embodying the duality of love and destruction. In the flickering candlelight, priests and priestesses donned garments of fine linen, their movements graceful like the ripples of water, as they prepared offerings of fragrant oils and blooming flowers, symbols of the goddess's grace and power. The rituals were a dance of devotion, fluid and rhythmic. As drums beat in syncopated harmony, the air filled with the sweet scent of incense, leading the worshippers into a trance-like state. They chanted hymns that spoke of longing and sacrifice, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing upon the shore. Each note resonated through the temple, weaving a spell that transcended time, connecting the mortal realm with the divine presence of Venus. The worshippers felt an electric connection, a shared heartbeat resonating through the room, uniting them in their fervor. As centuries passed, the worship of Venus evolved. The Babylonians, inheritors of Sumerian traditions, embraced the goddess with fervor, intertwining her worship with their own cultural practices. They celebrated the sacred festival of Ishtar, a vibrant spectacle that took over the city, filling the streets with laughter, music, and the aroma of sumptuous feasts. In a stunning display of homage, they created grand processions where dancers adorned in shimmering garments flowed like water around the statues of the goddess, their bodies moving in a rhythm that mirrored the celestial dance of Venus in the night sky. But beneath the surface of joy, there was an undercurrent of tension. The dual nature of Venus was not lost on the worshippers. While she embodied love and beauty, she also held dominion over war and vengeance. The priests would sometimes don armor instead of robes, invoking the warrior aspect of the goddess in preparation for battles that lay ahead. The flicker of torchlight cast shadows that danced ominously on the walls, a reminder that even in the embrace of beauty, danger lurked nearby. As the Greeks came to power, they embraced Venus, reimagining her as Aphrodite, the embodiment of not just beauty but desire and passion. Temples dedicated to her sprang up across the land, adorned with exquisite sculptures that captured her form in moments of pure grace. The air was thick with the scent of fresh flowers, their vibrant colors painting a vivid picture of the goddess's allure. Celebrations became more elaborate, filled with theatrical performances and poetry recitations that extolled her virtues. In these moments, worshippers felt their souls ignite, the atmosphere crackling with the electricity of love and longing. Yet, amid the gaiety, there was an undercurrent of desperation. The Greeks, too, understood the fickle nature of love. They held their breath during supplications, offering gifts that ranged from perfumed oils to intricate jewelry, hoping to win the favor of the goddess. Love could turn to betrayal in an instant, and the stories of lovers torn apart loomed large in the collective psyche. The worship of Venus became not just an act of devotion but a plea for mercy, a desire for the goddess to guide them towards harmony in their tangled lives. In the Roman era, the worship of Venus reached new heights. She became a symbol of the empire's strength and beauty, her image appearing on coins and in public spaces, a reminder of the societal values that bound the people together. The grandeur of the festivals dedicated to her could ignite a spark in even the most hardened hearts. Citizens would gather in throngs, adorned with garlands of flowers, singing praises that echoed through the streets. The excitement was palpable. The rhythm of life itself became intertwined with the worship of Venus. But as the empire expanded, so did the complexities of love. Adulteries, political marriages, and social maneuverings began to cloud the essence of what Venus represented. In the midst of joy, there was an ever-present tension. Whispers of betrayal and deceit floated through the air. The goddess, who once inspired unyielding love, now witnessed the consequences of ambition and desire. The temple walls, once sanctuaries of devotion, began to resonate with the cries of the heartbroken, a symphony of longing that echoed through the ages. With the rise of Christianity, the worship of Venus transformed once more. The goddess's image, once so revered, began to fade, replaced by new ideals. Yet, traces of her influence still lingered, embedded in the fabric of cultural celebrations. The echoes of her rituals found their way into the hearts of the people, subtly woven into the fabric of their lives, as they sought connection and meaning in a world that felt increasingly fragmented. Even as the centuries rolled on, the essence of Venus remained alive. In secret gatherings and whispered prayers, the spirit of love and beauty continued to inspire. A new generation, yearning to rekindle the lost flames of devotion, began to gather under the stars, reliving the ancient rhythms and celebrations. As the moon cast its silvery glow, they offered their hearts once more to the goddess, a timeless ritual that transcended the ages. In the quiet stillness of the night, when the world was hushed and the stars twinkled like jewels scattered across the heavens, the legacy of Venus endured. Each ritual, each prayer, was a testament to the enduring power of love, a force that could both uplift and devastate, a dance as old as time itself. As the winds whispered through the trees, carrying the voices of the past, the worship of Venus, with all its complexities and contradictions, remained an unbroken thread, weaving the stories of countless souls into the tapestry of existence, leading them inexorably towards the next chapter of their shared journey. In a world where every swipe and click can alter a life, a young woman scrolled through her social media feed, her heart racing with anticipation. Each photo, each caption, held the power to make her feel beautiful or invisible. She paused at a post, mesmerized by the flawless skin, the perfect angles, and the seemingly effortless grace of a popular influencer. A shiver ran down her spine. Was this real, or was it a digital mirage crafted by filters and the unyielding pressure to conform? A century ago, the beauty standard was painted in oil on canvases, dictated by the whims of society or the gaze of a singular artist. The Renaissance celebrated round faces and curves, while the flappers of the 1920s embraced a boyish figure, all sparkling in the backdrop of their times. But now, in this digital age, beauty was no longer confined to the brush of a painter but was instead manipulated by the tap of a finger. The pixelated images flooded platforms, creating a new kind of battlefield where likes equated to validation and followers symbolized worth. In this atmosphere, the spirit of Venus, the ancient goddess of love and beauty, lingered, transformed but unyielding. She watched, perhaps with a hint of sadness, as her embodiment became a challenge, misrepresented and redefined. The filters that adorned faces like masks created an illusion of perfection that felt almost unattainable. The girl continued scrolling, her heart a mix of longing and despair, an echo of countless others yearning for the unattainable. A tender moment flickered across the screen, a shared selfie of friends laughing together, completely unfiltered. It gave her pause, a fleeting reminder that beauty could also lie in authenticity and companionship. Yet, this moment felt like a whisper amidst the roar of curated lives. Was sincerity enough in a world that praised the fabricated over the genuine? The question echoed through her mind, heavy and oppressive. As days blended into weeks, the girl's thumb flicked through endless images that chiseled away at her self-esteem. She learned to mimic poses, filter her flaws, and curate her reality, all while losing a piece of herself with every post. The notifications rang like sirens, luring her deeper into a cycle of comparison that left her feeling more hollow. In the shadows of this digital wonderland, the haunting specter of inadequacy loomed larger, feeding on insecurities that blossomed in the wake of constant exposure. Across the globe, young men and women faced similar struggles, each grappling with their own reflection in the glass of their screens. In the silent spaces of their rooms, They questioned their worth, their beauty, their essence. Social media, once a tool for connection, had morphed into a relentless competition, a race where the finish line kept moving just out of reach. The illusion of community crumbled under the weight of envy and aspiration, leaving behind a trail of anxious hearts. The lights of a bustling city illuminated a cafe where several friends gathered. Laughter erupted as they shared stories, yet their attention was divided. Faces lit by screens rather than the glow of friendship. The filters came out, and in that instant, each of them transformed into a digital version of themselves, carefully crafted for the eyes of followers who craved perfection. No one dared to notice the vulnerability hidden beneath the surface, the fear of being unliked, unfollowed, unseen. Meanwhile, in the echoes of this digital frenzy, artists and activists began to reclaim the narrative. They created spaces where diverse representations flourished, challenging the narrow standards set by influencers and corporations. They painted murals of real bodies, celebrated imperfections, and shared stories of resilience, igniting a movement to dismantle the oppressive ideals that had taken root in the hearts of millions. It was a breath of fresh air amidst the stifling haze of expectation. A new girl emerged, one who found strength in the authenticity of her scars. She began to share her story, unfiltered and raw. Each post felt like shedding layers of the past, each comment from others resonating like a drumbeat of solidarity. Together, they formed a tapestry of voices, each thread unique yet intertwined, stitching together an alternate reality where beauty was not bound by pixels but celebrated in its rawness. As the digital landscape evolved, so did the symbols of beauty. Curves returned to fashion, and freckles were celebrated rather than concealed. The conversation shifted, and with it, the perception of Venus transformed once more. She became not just the goddess of beauty, but a figure of resilience and empowerment. The girl who once felt lost in the scroll found herself at the forefront of this change, her voice joining the chorus that echoed through the feeds. Yet, lurking beneath this newfound empowerment was the haunting reality that the digital age also birthed new insecurities. Each trend created a fleeting sense of belonging, only to be replaced by another that demanded conformity. The fight for representation became a battle against the very platforms that promised connection. With every update, the landscape shifted, creating a constant cycle of anxiety and aspiration. In this swirling tempest of likes and shares, the girl still scrolled, caught in a whirlwind of feelings, both hopeful and heavy. She understood the power that lay in representation, the way it could uplift or devastate. Every image, every post carried the weight of history, of those who came before her, who fought for visibility and acceptance. She swayed in the in-between, yearning for authenticity while grappling with the complexities of her existence in the digital realm. The dance continued, a relentless push and pull, as art and activism collided with the distortions of the digital age. The fight for true representation was far from over. It was just beginning to unfold, layer by layer, pixel by pixel. In the cacophony of voices rising against the tide of superficiality, the spirit of Venus remained. A glimmer of hope in the chaos, a reminder that beauty, in all its forms, deserved to be celebrated, not just scanned, swiped, and dismissed. And so she scrolled, heart pounding, caught between the shadows of doubt and the light of possibility, feeling the pulse of a generation echo through the screens. The story didn't end here. It flowed forward, ready to intertwine with the next chapter of this evolving tale. In the flickering shadows of ancient caves, where firelight danced upon the stone, early humans etched their stories into the walls around them. Among these primitive narratives, one figure stood out, the voluptuous form of the Venus figurines. These images, with their exaggerated curves, gave voice to an unquenchable desire, a yearning for fertility and life. They spoke in a language of curves and softness, whispering secrets of womanhood and the earth's bounty. Little did these early creators know, their depiction of the feminine would ripple across time and cultures, weaving a tapestry of belief that spanned continents. As the centuries rolled on, the Venus myth began to wander, crossing boundaries as if propelled by an irresistible force, like a river carving its way through rock. In the lush gardens of Mesopotamia, the goddess Inanna emerged, a figure of love, war, and fertility. She wore the same essence as those early stone carvings, embodying the sacred feminine and the power of creation. The people of the Fertile Crescent worshipped her, building temples where priests and priestesses invoked her name, believing their crops thrived under her watchful gaze. Inanna was a reflection of the Venus myth, yet she carried the weight of her own culture, her stories intertwined with tales of gods and men, love and heartbreak. As the myth traveled westward, it found a new home in the vibrant city-states of ancient Greece. Here, Venus transformed yet again, taking on the guise of Aphrodite. Born from the sea's white foam, she emerged as a symbol of beauty and desire, captivating the hearts of gods and mortals alike. Artists captured her image in marble and paint, celebrating her allure and the magnetic pull she exerted over all beings. Festivals blossomed in her honor, where music, dance, and laughter filled the air, the echoes of joy and longing merging into a single hymn of devotion. But the story was far from over. The Venus myth, resilient as the very earth itself, journeyed onward to the Roman Empire, where she was revered as a goddess of love and victory. The Romans adopted her, adding layers of meaning to her already rich tapestry. Venus became the protector of women, families, and the state. The very nature of her worship reflected a society that placed immense value on beauty, strength, and the intertwining of the two. Romans constructed grand temples dedicated to her, her statues standing tall, a testament to the power she wielded over the hearts of people. As trade routes expanded, the Venus myth transcended geographical barriers, finding its way to far-off lands. In the bustling markets of Africa, merchants spoke of her, sharing tales that morphed and adapted to local customs. In the Americas, indigenous peoples created their own interpretations of the goddess, marrying her essence with their rich spiritual traditions. The influence of Venus was palpable, echoing through rituals and stories that celebrated the earth, femininity, and the cycles of life. In the heart of Asia, the myth transformed yet again. In the ancient texts of Hinduism, figures like Lakshmi and Parvati emerged, goddesses embodying beauty, prosperity, and strength. Their reverence for the feminine divine mirrored the essence of Venus, yet was deeply rooted in the cultural soil of Indian society. Festivals dedicated to these goddesses brought communities together, filling the air with incense and prayers, their stories threading through generations like a golden strand. The globalization of the Venus myth didn't merely shuffle across borders. It ignited a flame of connection among diverse cultures. Each interpretation whispered unique nuances into the collective narrative, yet the core essence remained unchanged, a celebration of femininity, fertility, and the power of love. As scholars began to share their findings, the world stood in awe of how one timeless figure could take on so many forms while evoking similar emotions in countless hearts. In the age of exploration, European colonizers carried the myth to new shores, intertwining it with the local beliefs and practices they encountered. The figure of Venus morphed yet again, adapting to the landscapes and cultures that embraced her. In the Caribbean, she became entwined with the Afro-Caribbean religions, her essence reflected in the vibrant dances and rituals of the people. The melding of traditions created a rich tapestry, a celebration of life that showcased the enduring power of the Venus myth. As art, literature, and philosophy began to flourish during the Renaissance, the spirit of Venus soared. Artists like Botticelli painted her as the epitome of beauty, her image becoming a symbol of love and creativity. Poets sang her praises, weaving her into verses that captured the hearts of the people. The Venus myth had transcended its origins, becoming a universal emblem of the complexities of love, the joy, the pain, the longing, and the fulfillment. Yet, as the world plunged into the modern age, the question loomed large. What does Venus symbolize in this new era? The globalization of her myth had left a mark on every corner of the globe. Yet the struggle for women's rights began to redefine her narrative. Feminists reclaimed her image, challenging the objectification that often overshadowed her true essence. Venus became a figure of empowerment, representing not just beauty but strength, autonomy, and the right to define one's own identity. In this ever-evolving landscape, the echoes of the Venus myth continue to resonate. It dances in the hearts of women and men alike, a reminder of the timeless connection we share through love, creation, and the feminine spirit. The globalization of the Venus myth has not just connected cultures. It has sparked a shared understanding of what it means to be human, to love, and to cherish the beauty in ourselves and one another. In the twilight of this tale, as the shadows lengthen and the stories intertwine, one can almost hear the whispers of the ancients, the laughter of goddesses, and the heartbeat of the earth. The myth persists, weaving through the tapestry of time, inviting each new generation to embrace its warmth and wisdom, beckoning them to continue the dance of Venus across the ever-expanding horizons of human experience. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a brilliant orange glow over the ancient city of Rome. The echoes of laughter and chatter flowed through the marble streets, but behind the revelry lay a more complicated truth. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, loomed large in the hearts and minds of the people, not just as a symbol of desire, but as an embodiment of power that shaped destinies and altered the course of history. In the grand halls of the Senate, whispers of power drifted like shadows. Legends said that the most powerful men, such as Julius Caesar, often sought to curry favor with Venus. They understood that her grace could sway the hearts of men and women alike. A mere glance in her direction could ignite passion, leading armies into battle or persuading senators to vote favorably. The goddess, immortalized in stunning marble statues, was not just a figure of worship. She was a living, breathing force that affected the very fabric of society. As twilight embraced the city, a young woman named Livia walked through the crowded forum, her heart racing with the possibilities of love and ambition. She longed for power, not just through the might of her husband but through her own allure. Stories of the infamous Cleopatra danced in her mind, the queen who wrapped Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony around her finger, using her beauty as a weapon. Cleopatra knew that Venus walked beside her, granting her the confidence to command armies and sway empires. The power of femininity, entwined with the divine, was something Livia sought to harness for herself. In the dim glow of candlelight, Livia pored over the scrolls left by her ancestors, tracing the lineage of influential women who had come before her. Each name told a tale of cunning and strength, from the sharp-witted Agrippina, who maneuvered her way to the throne, to the wise and powerful Julia Domna. Each woman had wielded her beauty as a tool, a means to assert her influence in a male-dominated world. The contours of their stories painted an intricate tapestry of ambition and desire, all linked by Venus's allure. Across the Mediterranean, in the bustling streets of Alexandria, another woman, Hypatia, was carving her own path. Renowned for her intellect, she defied conventions. Yet, even she could not escape the gravitational pull of Venus. Her teachings on philosophy and science attracted many, but it was her striking presence that drew admirers. Men from all walks of life sought her counsel, aware that her brilliance shone, in part, because of the beauty that adorned her. While she sought knowledge, she too danced in the shadow of the goddess, using her charm to navigate a world that often dismissed women. The narrative shifted further east, where the sands of Persia held their own tales of power intertwined with beauty. The ancient texts spoke of Persian queens whose elegance was said to rival that of Venus herself. These women were not mere ornaments. They were shrewd political figures, using their grace to forge alliances and solidify their rule. Each gesture, each glance, was calculated, imbued with the knowledge that beauty could command respect and fear. The tales of these queens echoed through the ages, whispering to those like Livia, urging her to recognize her potential. As the moon rose high over the ancient world, the tension thickened. Venus was not just a figure of admiration. She was a battleground. The wars fought over love and beauty were fierce and unyielding. Kings and generals often found themselves in blood-soaked conflicts driven by the desire to possess what Venus represented. Love turned to madness, and beauty turned into a longing that could never be satisfied. The blood of brave souls soaked the earth, all in the name of a goddess who inspired both creation and destruction. Back in Rome, Livia's dreams were becoming a vivid reality. She had caught the eye of a powerful senator, a man whose love could elevate her status beyond her wildest imagination. Yet, as she stood in the flickering light of her chambers, dressed in garments that clung to her body like whispers, she felt the weight of expectations pressing down upon her. Would she be adored for her beauty alone, or would she rise to power, wielding both her charm and her intellect? As she gazed into the mirror, she could almost see Venus's reflection staring back, urging her to choose her path wisely. But the path of power was fraught with peril. History was riddled with tales of how beauty could turn to ash, how love could morph into betrayal. Just as Cleopatra had once captivated, her legacy was marred by the very men who fell for her. Livia knew that to wield the power of Venus was to walk a razor's edge, where every decision could tip the scale between adoration and annihilation. As the night deepened, stories of past betrayals floated through the air, weaving themselves into Livia's thoughts. She recalled the tragic tale of Dido, the queen of Carthage, who, entranced by Aeneas, lost her kingdom when he abandoned her for his destiny. Dido's heart shattered, and in her despair, she became a cautionary tale. The goddess of love had brought her to the heights of passion only to let her fall to the depths of despair. Livia shuddered, her heart racing at the thought of such loss. But there was no turning back now. The stakes were too high, and the dance between love and power too intoxicating. Venus loomed like a specter, guiding her steps as she prepared to embrace a destiny woven with the threads of power, beauty, and the endless yearning for more. The flame of ambition flickered dangerously in her heart, a reminder that the goddess's gifts were not without their consequences. The night was still young, and as Livia prepared for her entrance into the halls of power, she could almost hear the echoes of 1,000 years, of love stories, betrayals, and the unyielding march of history. Venus would always be there, a constant reminder that in the intricate dance of life, power and beauty were forever entwined. The stories of the past lingered, waiting to intertwine with her fate as she stepped into the unknown. The distant thunder of cannons echoed through the valleys, mingling with the cries of soldiers and the unmistakable scent of gunpowder. A canvas lay forgotten in the hands of an artist, its vibrant colors dulled by the chaos unfolding outside. This was the paradox of creativity. Amidst destruction, beauty often emerged. In the shadows of war, where life hung by a fragile thread, humanity's greatest expressions were born. History tells us about the artists who found their muse in bloodshed. The sharp contrast between life and death fueled their visions. Take Pablo Picasso, for instance. When the Spanish Civil War raged, he created Guernica, a harrowing mural that immortalized the horrors of wartime suffering. Each distorted figure on that canvas screamed, their anguish resonating through the ages. It became a symbol, not just of Spain's agony, but of the universal struggle against tyranny. Picasso's brush captured what words often failed to convey: the raw, visceral pain of human experience. Similarly, the trenches of World War I birthed a new wave of poetry and prose. Wilfred Owen, with ink-stained fingers, translated the mud and blood of the battlefield into lines that pierced the soul. His poem, Dulce et Decorum Estate, painted a picture so vivid that readers could almost hear the gas masks hissing and feel the despair of the men trapped in a living nightmare. Each stanza was a reminder that glory was not in battle, but in survival and the fight against the very notion that dying for one's country was noble. It was a hard truth wrapped in the beauty of verse, a testament to the duality of art. Even in the face of despair, the human spirit finds ways to express itself. The Renaissance flourished during turbulent times, with artists like Caravaggio channeling the violent clashes of faith and reason into their works. His paintings flickered with light and shadow, illuminating the struggle of morality in a world plagued by conflict. Each brushstroke captured not just a moment in time but the essence of human struggle, the quest for redemption amid chaos. The tension between light and dark mirrored the very fabric of existence itself. As the 20th century unfolded, war became a relentless backdrop for countless artists. The horrors of the Holocaust inspired works that transcended mere representation. Art became a vessel for memory, a way to ensure that the voices of the lost were not silenced. Artists like Anselm Kiefer confronted the weight of history, using materials that evoked the very earth stained by human conflict. His landscapes, both haunting and beautiful, served as a reminder of the scars left behind, a visual dialogue about pain, loss, and the resilience of the human spirit. In another hemisphere, the Vietnam War prompted a cultural revolution in America. Musicians like Bob Dylan emerged as voices for the disenchanted, their songs echoing the sentiments of a generation caught in the whirlwind of unrest. The strum of a guitar became an anthem of resistance, a way to channel frustration into art. The lyrics painted images of disillusionment and hope, straddling the line between despair and the longing for peace. Moreover, the impact of war on art extends beyond individual creations. It seeps into the very fabric of culture, influencing styles, movements, and the way societies perceive themselves. The Dada movement, born from the ashes of World War I, rejected traditional aesthetics, giving rise to absurdity in art as a reaction to the rationality that led to such destruction. The artists involved used shock and humor as tools to confront the chaos around them, blurring the lines between what was considered art and what was simply a form of protest. In the theater, the tension of war brought forth gripping narratives that captured the human experience in ways that resonated on a profound level. Playwrights like Bertolt Brecht used their stages to challenge the status quo, compelling audiences to confront the realities of their world. Each performance was a call to action, urging people to reflect on their choices and the consequences of inaction. The theater transformed into a battleground of ideas, a space where creativity could ignite change. The arts, in all their forms, have often served as a refuge from the madness of war. In the midst of destruction, they offer solace and a means to process trauma. Artists become the chroniclers of society, capturing the fleeting moments of beauty that endure even in the darkest times. The echoes of war might reverberate through their work, but they are also reminders of resilience, of hope, and the unyielding desire for a better world. In this intricate dance between war and creativity, the lines blur, revealing a truth that art does not merely reflect reality, it shapes it. The anguish of conflict births something beautiful, something profound, and in the shadows of chaos, the human spirit finds ways to endure. Each brushstroke, each note, each word serves as a testament to the complexity of existence, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there is an unquenchable fire that fuels creativity. As the echoes of battle fade, the art remains, a testament to the resilience of the human soul. Yet, the story does not end here. The canvas is ever-changing, the stage ever-evolving, and the melodies continue to resonate. New conflicts arise, new artists find their voices, and the cycle persists. A reminder that war and creativity are intertwined, forever shaping the landscape of human expression. The next chapter beckons, where the wounds of yesterday inspire the visions of tomorrow, and the pulse of creativity beats on against the rhythm of chaos. The evening sky glowed with a crimson hue, casting an otherworldly light over the landscape. Somewhere above, the distant planet Venus shone brightly, a beacon of mystery and wonder. It had captured human imagination for centuries, serving as both a goddess of love and a bitter reminder of nature's wrath. For ages, people have gazed up at it, wondering about life and dreams beyond their earthly existence. But beneath its thick clouds of sulfuric acid lies a complexity that goes far beyond romance, a world of possibility waiting to be revealed. In the late 20th century, scientists began to speculate that Venus may not have always been the hellish landscape it appears to be today. Images from spacecraft hinted at ancient rivers and potential oceans, suggesting a time when the planet might have harbored life. Those whispers from the past echoed through the ages, igniting hope and curiosity. As the years rolled on, innovative technology unveiled new data, leading to astonishing interpretations of Venus's enigmatic history. The planet, long regarded as a barren wasteland, transformed into a canvas of potential stories of life, loss, and rebirth. The more researchers studied its atmosphere, the more they realized that Venus was not merely a dead planet but a complex system that had undergone dramatic changes. Scientists began to ponder, could life have existed there? Was it once a lush paradise that succumbed to a relentless transformation? As if the planet could hear their thoughts, new findings emerged like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. Each revelation sent shivers down spines, a reminder of humanity's insignificance against the vast timeline of the universe. Imaginations ran wild with the idea of what Venus might have been. The planet's surface, once thought to be uniform and hostile, showed signs of geological activity that hinted at a dynamic history. It was in these moments of revelation that the emotional weight of the narrative grew heavier. The possibility of an ancient ocean brought tears to the eyes of those who dared to dream. To think that life could have flourished in that once warm embrace of water was a thought both exhilarating and bittersweet, a tantalizing taste of what might have been. The scientific community buzzed with excitement, yet a sense of caution lingered in the air. As they unearthed these new interpretations, they were reminded of the dangers inherent in the quest for knowledge. Enthusiasm could easily morph into obsession, leading to misguided conclusions. The history of Venus, a tale of glory and despair, now echoed in the hearts of those who dared to study its mysteries. The Venusian atmosphere, thick and toxic, served as a reminder of the challenges humanity faced in understanding its complexities. It was a lesson in humility, one that ignited a fierce determination among researchers. Every piece of data collected was a step closer to unveiling the truth, even as they were confronted with overwhelming odds. The spirit of exploration surged through them, a reminder that every question answered only opened the door to deeper mysteries. Underneath the swirling clouds, volcanic activity hinted at a world still alive in some form. The tension hung thick in the air, a reminder that Venus was not merely a distant object. It was a sibling planet, a reflection of Earth's potential future. As climate change continues to transform their own world, the fate of Venus became unsettlingly relevant. Could Earth, too, fall victim to a runaway greenhouse effect? The thought sent chills down spines, igniting a fierce urgency to learn from Venus's past. Historians leaned into the narrative as well, weaving tales of how ancient civilizations viewed the planet. The Babylonians called it the morning star, while the Greeks associated it with both Aphrodite and Hesperus, capturing a duality that reflected humanity's own complex relationship with the heavens. The stories of love and longing intertwined with cautionary tales of destruction, reminding all of the delicate balance between life and oblivion. As theories and data clashed and coalesced, emotions ran high. Some saw the potential for human colonization, triumphantly optimistic about the possibility of terraforming the planet. Others warned of the hubris involved in such endeavors, fearing that humanity's relentless pursuit of expansion could lead to disaster. Within this tension, a potent narrative was born, a tale of hope battling against caution, of dreams clashing with reality. In laboratories across the globe, researchers worked tirelessly, their hands stained with the ink of possibility. They envisioned a future where humanity could communicate with not just each other, but perhaps even with the echoes of life that once thrived on Venus. The thought of sending probes to search for signs of ancient life sent excitement racing through their veins. What if there were fossils hidden beneath layers of rock? What if clues to a lost civilization lay undiscovered, waiting for a curious mind to uncover them? Yet, as the excitement built, so did a sense of urgency. The clock was ticking, and the future of Venus, both its past and its potential, hung in the balance. Would humanity rise to the occasion, learning from the lessons written in the clouds above? Or would they become yet another chapter in a tale of neglect, allowing the planet to fade from memory like a dream forgotten at dawn? As discussions raged on, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. The next mission to Venus could change everything. New interpretations waiting to be unveiled, new secrets begging to be uncovered. The tension was palpable, the promise of discovery looming larger than life. And with each passing day, the world watched and waited, hearts pounding at the thought of what might lie ahead. Venus, the radiant jewel in the night sky, was no longer just a distant dream. It was a captivating narrative unfolding in real time, one that called for attention and reverence. The story of Venus was far from over. It was a thread woven into the fabric of humanity's own existence. And as they looked skyward, they couldn't help but wonder, what would the next chapter reveal? In a dimly lit room, the heavy air is laced with tension. As nations stand at the precipice of war, their destinies intertwined. The flickering candles cast shadows on maps strewn with red ink, marking territories claimed and battles fought. Among the cacophony of whispers and fervent debates, Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, echoes in the hearts of those who wield power. Her influence is felt not through romantic ideals but through her complex entanglement in the conflicts that have shaped the world. As the sun set on the horizon, the world bore witness to a series of conflicts, each fueled by the desire for control, love, and power. Ingredients that simmered dangerously close to the surface. The echoes of the past resonate profoundly, revealing the role of Venus in the hearts and minds of those who sparred for supremacy. Case studies emerge, like flickering flames, illuminating the myriad ways passion and rivalry have dictated the course of history. Take, for instance, the devastating impact of World War I. Soldiers charged into the fray with not just guns and ammunition but also with the haunting images of their loved ones, their own personal Venuses, etched into their minds, driving them forward. In the trenches of France, a soldier scribbled letters home, infusing each word with yearning. "I fight not just for my country," he wrote, "but for the woman I love." The hope of reunion became a lifeline, one that tethered him to the world beyond the blood-soaked fields. As artillery rained down, the spirit of love battled against the ephemeral nature of war, a duality that would leave scars on the soul long after the guns fell silent. Fast forward to the explosive rise of nationalism during the interwar years. The passionate cries of revolutionaries echoed the very essence of Venus. In the throes of political upheaval, men and women rallied, their voices intertwining with dreams of a new future, a vision often clouded by the shadow of violence. The Spanish Civil War became a canvas where love and sorrow splattered together, as factions fought not just for ideology, but for the very soul of their nation. Amidst the chaos, romantic entanglements blossomed, only to be crushed under the weight of betrayal. The fiery love letters exchanged between comrades revealed how the spirit of Venus could ignite hope, even in the darkest of times. As the world plunged into the tumult of World War II, the love for one's homeland became grotesquely intertwined with hatred for the other. Nations clashed, and in the rubble of cities, stories of love emerged, tales of forbidden romances that transcended borders. A soldier in the Pacific Theater found solace in dreams of a woman he had left behind, her laughter echoing in his mind as he fought against an enemy whose humanity remained obscured by propaganda. They were two souls, united by a shared longing, yet divided by the lines drawn on a map. Each battle fought became a testament to the love that still flickered in the hearts of those surrounded by chaos, echoing the spirit of Venus even as the world burned. The aftermath of these conflicts left a lingering question. Could love ever truly conquer hatred? The scars of war etched deep within the collective consciousness shaped the narratives of nations as they sought to rebuild. The post-war world was a patchwork of broken hearts and shattered dreams, yet resilience bloomed amidst the debris. The very idea of Venus returned, not as a distant figure, but as a potent reminder of the fragility of peace. Relationships across borders deepened, rekindling ties that had been severed in the flames of conflict. In the throes of the Cold War, love took on another form. The ideological battle between East and West played out not only on the grand stage of politics but also in the lives of individuals yearning for connection. Stories of star-crossed lovers from opposing sides of the Iron Curtain flourished in secret. Their clandestine meetings were filled with a passion that defied the very barriers designed to keep them apart. As letters passed under the watchful eyes of guards, the spirit of Venus became a whisper of hope amid the looming threat of nuclear annihilation. Throughout all these conflicts, the flame of Venus flickered, sometimes weak, sometimes fierce. She was there in the hearts of those who fought, wrote, and loved fiercely, reminding humanity of the power of connection even in the face of destruction. The tragedies of war often birthed profound acts of love and resilience. a mother clasping her child close in the midst of devastation, a soldier sharing a last cigarette with a comrade, and lovers vowing to reunite against all odds. All these moments etched in time speak to Venus's enduring legacy. As the chapters of history unfolded, the ghosts of past conflicts continued to haunt the present. New wars erupted, driven by old grudges and fresh aspirations. In the ruins of Syria, amidst the rubble, the spirit of Venus flickered once again. Families torn apart by violence clung to memories of laughter and warmth, seeking solace in the most unexpected places. Love letters written in the shadows of bombed-out buildings spoke of hope, of a desire for peace that transcended the horrors surrounding them. In each case study, the intersecting paths of love and conflict weave a narrative as intricate as a tapestry, and with every thread, a story unfolds. The heart-wrenching reality is that even in the darkest of moments, when Venus seems to retreat into the shadows, she is never truly absent. The world spins onward, fueled by the dual forces of love and conflict, each influencing the other in a perpetual dance, a dynamic that refuses to be resolved. And so, as nations rise and fall, and as the echoes of conflict continue to resonate, the spirit of Venus remains, eternally entwined with the fabric of humanity. The next chapter awaits, a testament to the enduring power of love, lingering like a soft whisper amidst the clamor of conflict. In the quiet hours of the evening, just as the sun dips below the horizon, a shimmering jewel appears in the sky. Venus, the dazzling planet often called the evening star, casts an enchanting glow that stirs the hearts and minds of those who gaze upon her. For centuries, she has inspired poets, navigators, and dreamers, weaving through the fabric of human imagination and scientific pursuit. Her brilliance ignites a fire of emotion, a connection that spans generations, cultures, and countless stories etched in history. Long before telescopes transformed the night sky into a realm of scientific inquiry, ancient civilizations turned their eyes to Venus. The Babylonians, around 1600 BCE, first documented her movements, giving her the name Ishtar. She was not merely a celestial body. She was a goddess of love and war, embodying both peril and beauty. Imagine a time when the myths held sway over truth, when the rise and fall of Venus dictated the rhythm of life itself. Farmers timed their sowing to her cycles, warriors sought her favor before battle, and lovers found solace in her luminescence. The connection was visceral, a dance of humanity intertwined with the cosmos. As the ages passed, the Greeks joined the chorus of admiration, naming her Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire. They saw in her the reflection of their own passions and aspirations. Artists painted her as a figure of splendor, while philosophers pondered her essence. The great thinker Ptolemy, in his Almagest, placed her in a prominent role within the geocentric model of the universe, a testament to how deeply the star influenced thought and culture. To behold Venus was to witness a profound truth, a symbol of something greater than life itself. The Roman Empire embraced this celestial beauty, too. The name Venus became synonymous with love, seduction, and allure. As the sun set, her glow graced the evening sky, a beacon for soldiers returning from war and lovers longing for reunion. The people of that era believed they could feel her presence, a silent guardian watching over them, whispering secrets of fate and fortune. Each flicker of her light sparked stories, tales of gods and mortals intertwined in the tapestry of existence. Yet, as the Renaissance dawned, a new chapter unfolded. The fervor of scientific inquiry began to eclipse the myths that had long held sway. Astronomers like Copernicus and Galileo turned their telescopes skyward, shifting the focus to the mechanics of the universe. Galileo's observations of Venus revealed phases similar to the Moon, challenging the long-held belief in her inherent perfection. This revelation sent ripples through the philosophical fabric of the time, igniting debates that would reshape humanity's understanding of existence. In a small Italian town, whispers of this celestial enigma swept through the streets. The church, deeply rooted in tradition, struggled to reconcile the beauty of Venus with the emerging truths of science. The tension crackled like static in the air as men and women gathered to discuss the implications. Would the stars still hold sway over their lives if they were mere balls of gas and rock? The emotional weight of these questions hung heavily, as belief and reason danced on the precipice of conflict. As scientific exploration progressed, the 17th century saw the advent of more powerful telescopes, revealing Venus in unprecedented detail. The planet, once glorified as a goddess, was now perceived as a world of extremes, cloaked in thick clouds that trapped heat in a relentless embrace. The temperature soared, surpassing even that of Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun. The revelation was both thrilling and chilling, a sharp contrast to the romantic notions that had surrounded the planet for millennia. The emotional landscape shifted, and humanity's relationship with the heavens transformed once again. In the 20th century, the exploration of Venus took on a new urgency. Spacecraft like Venera ventured into the hostile atmosphere, sending back images that revealed a barren, volcanic landscape. The dreams of lush gardens and flowing rivers were replaced by a harsh reality. Yet, even in its desolation, Venus held secrets that beckoned scientists, a siren call that stirred the imagination. The juxtaposition of its beauty and brutality embodied the paradox of human existence, desired, yet often shrouded in mystery and despair. The emotional connection to Venus persisted, however, as writers and artists continued to find inspiration in her glow. The planet became a muse, a symbol of both hope and despair. Poets penned sonnets that danced along the lines of love and loss, while filmmakers captured her light in silver screens, weaving tales of longing and desire. Throughout the ages, Venus remained a bridge between science and myth, a testament to humanity's quest for understanding amidst the chaos of emotion. Even today, as technology propels us into the cosmos, Venus stands as a reminder of our roots. Missions planned for the coming decades promise to peel back the layers of her atmosphere, revealing clues about the planet's past and perhaps our own future. The excitement is palpable, a mixture of anticipation and nostalgia. The human heart still yearns for connection, for understanding the mysteries of the universe that echo within us. The night sky, with its myriad stars, continues to inspire awe and wonder. Venus, in her radiant glory, remains a source of fascination, a symbol of the interplay between the tangible and the intangible. Each twinkle ignites memories of myth and science, of love and longing, leaving the door ajar to new narratives. As the evening deepens and the world below falls silent, her light beckons, whispering of stories yet untold and truths still waiting to be uncovered. In this eternal dance between science and myth, Venus stands resolute, urging humanity onward. The chase for knowledge intertwines with the whispers of ancient tales, each heartbeat echoing a longing for connection. And so, the story flows seamlessly, a river of emotion that never truly ends, as the night unfolds, revealing the endless possibilities of the cosmos. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie golden light over a battlefield frozen in time. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the echo of distant cries. Thousands of warriors lay sprawled across the ground, their faces frozen in expressions of despair and courage, forever locked in their last moments. This was not just any battlefield. This was a testament to the power, the allure, and the wrath of a goddess named Venus. For centuries, her legacy had inspired love and passion, but it had also driven men to the brink of madness and war. The first hints of her influence can be traced back to the ancient Greeks and Romans, where her beauty ignited the flames of envy and desire. The Trojan War, a conflict sparked by the judgment of Paris, was but one of many that showcased how Venus could turn allies into enemies with just a whisper. The fateful choice of Paris to award her the Golden Apple led to a decade of bloodshed, where love was both the prize and the curse. Men fought valiantly, their hearts consumed by longing, while cities burned and families were torn apart, each clash a tribute to the goddess who inspired their folly. Further along the corridors of history, Venus continued to cast her spell. During the Renaissance, artists and poets sang her praises, celebrating not just her beauty, but the chaos that accompanied her. Botticelli's Birth of Venus captured her essence, an image of stunning beauty emerging from the sea, symbolizing the eternal cycle of love and war. But beneath the surface of that idyllic scene lay the truth. Behind every brushstroke was the understanding that beauty often inspires destruction. The Medici, who wielded power and wealth in Florence, bore witness to this firsthand, as their court became a battleground of political intrigue, driven by love affairs that ignited rivalries and led to assassination plots. As the centuries rolled on, Venus' influence never waned. The Age of Empires was a testament to her power. Kings and queens, driven by lust and ambition, sent their armies across continents, each soldier believing they fought not just for territory, but for the heart of the goddess herself. The Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire was fueled by gold, yes, but it was also about the allure of new lands and the promise of love from distant shores. Each sword that clashed was a reminder of the goddess' hand guiding them, whispering sweet nothings that ignited passions and fueled the fires of war. The two world wars, raging through the 20th century, mirrored the drama of Venus' influence. Soldiers marched into battle, their hearts heavy with the longing for lives left behind. Love letters became weapons of their own, carrying the weight of promises and dreams. Families were torn apart, lives shattered, all in the name of nations. Nations built upon the same desires that had inspired men for millennia. As the bombs fell, the cries of mothers searching for their lost sons mingled with the haunting chorus of love songs playing on the radio. The world was drenched in sorrow, yet the spirit of Venus lingered, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love remained a powerful force. Even in the wake of destruction, her legacy thrived. The post-war period saw a resurgence of hope and love, as people sought to rebuild not just their homes but their hearts. The stories exchanged in the rubble of war-torn cities were imbued with the essence of Venus, as lovers found each other amidst the chaos. Couples would stand together, hand in hand, as they gazed upon the ruins that had once housed their dreams. It was in these quiet moments, far removed from the battlefield, that they could feel her pulse, a reminder that love, even when drenched in pain, had the power to heal. As the decades unfolded, Venus weaved her way into the fabric of popular culture. Movies, songs, and books told tales of forbidden love, of star-crossed lovers torn apart by fate, echoes of the stories of old. The romantic tragedies played out on screens drew millions, reminding each viewer of the timeless nature of love and war. Couples held hands in darkened theaters, hearts racing not just for the characters on screen, but for their own stories that mirrored the poignant themes of longing and loss. Each tear shed was a tribute to Venus, a shared acknowledgement that love's power often came with a price. And yet, as the world shifted towards technology and a new era, the ancient struggles for love did not fade. The rise of social media brought both connection and heartache. Instant messages could spark love across oceans, yet they also created misunderstandings that led to bitter conflicts. The modern battlefield, once defined by swords and guns, transformed into one of words and emotions. Venus thrived in this new arena, igniting passions with each notification that lit up a screen. The complexity of human connection became ever more evident, a reflection of a goddess who had always thrived on the intensity of desire and the despair of separation. The legacy of Venus stretched beyond the confines of history and time, extending into the future as well. In the hearts of the next generation, her story continued to ignite flames of passion. Young lovers would whisper her name, recounting tales of heartbreak and longing, echoing the same narratives that had played out through the ages. Each new romance, each new conflict, became part of the tapestry she had woven, a tapestry rich with the hues of love, war, and the profound realization that beauty could inspire both creation and destruction. As the threads of her legacy intertwined with the lives of countless individuals, it became clear that Venus would never be forgotten. Her influence would continue to shape the world, like a flame that refuses to be extinguished, flickering even in the darkest of times. The battlefield, once marked by the clashing of swords, now transformed into a place where emotions collided, a testament to her enduring power. And as the world turned, the echoes of the past merged seamlessly with the present, creating a loop of passion and conflict that promised to endure through the ages. The story of Venus, an eternal dance between love and war, would carry on, forever intertwined with the human experience.